And it is Sunday. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Not gonna lie, I am very much 1,000 subs win. Honestly, whenever I actually make videos, because live streams don't cut it. But that's why I'm working on a new project. So after our 1v1s, I'm going to be working on the storyboard for my next actual animation. So close? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help that I also play other games, because I'm not, my entire life does not revolve around Polytopia. But apparently nowadays you're only allowed to enjoy one game on a YouTube channel, or after that you're dead to the world. So, and I am heavily enjoying blueprints. But that's not what we're here for. We're not here for the blueprints. We are here for thriving wings. So last week I already clicked all the animation stuff. 653. Not bad for a one-time attempt on the challenge. I also didn't realize that gold was the best league there is, so yes. How did everybody do last week? And in a moment, we'll be discussing how did everybody do. Oh, I went down 14 places after I did my challenge. Boom, got that fixed. Oh my gosh, it is quiet. It is so quiet. Hey, it's Ramdingler, my neighbor from the game that I'm not supposed to mention. New project? Yep, new project. Oh my gosh, I was looking at a lot of stuff. Polytopia's life, right? It's true, playing multiple games to channel doesn't cut it. Yep, nope. YouTube doesn't like that. Because people don't care about you, they care about the game. And they go, oh, well, this is a cool guy that plays the game. Oh, but he plays something else, therefore I hate him. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, right? That's fine. Alrighty. But we are going to be playing Thriving Wings. So let me get, before anybody gives me how they started their game, let me at least get through like my first 7 turns. No, 5 turns should probably be enough. I have tribe music on. There we go. All right. We are playing as Chapeau. This is the second time it's a Chapeau. Continents. Looks like we're going to be playing against a Omagi, a Luxador. Could also be Aquarion. Probably not. And 625. That's Simanti, isn't it? It could be Aquarion. Oh well. So, we don't have guaranteed cities adjacent to us, but it looks like there's a good chance we have one here, but this one heads off onto the side. So I'm going to go ahead this way first. Ooh. Train ourselves a warrior past the turn. Calibrates your enthusiasm. What did I miss? I looked away for just a moment. Yeah. We have a whole bunch of awesome names. Kester, who recently made it to 1,700. Congratulations, Kester. Daniel Games, doing fantastic on his channel. Ramdingler, another Polytopia YouTuber that's starting to make a bigger name. It is an active chat today. And it's going to be hard for me to keep up with you guys. My goodness. I'm going to head over here and just follow the process. I'm the best YouTube here today anyways. If you do it right, you can make sure Lux doesn't train a giant. Ooh. It's fine. Well, Yeah, we got multiple avenues I can go here. All of them are not super great. So if we pass the turn, I can go here. You want me to tell you what I do or no? Not yet. Not yet. Let me finish my starting moves. Because the first 5 turns really determine how things are going to go. I'm trying to decide if I want hunting here or not. Could also attempt to just beeline diplomacy, but I don't think that's the case. We got a potential road here that leads to the other continent. So, oh yeah, here's our river. Right over there, leading to our other continents over here. I'm going to go ahead and go with the more tried and true mining opening. It's hard to go wrong with that. Right over here. We're going to go ahead and grab... I'm going to go ahead and grab... You know what? We're going to capture here. Grab this mine. Workshop. First 3, actually. Yeah, I would probably say first 5. But, yeah, you're right about the first 3 is really all you would need. Let's see. Go for the ruins first. It starts. Ooh, okay. I mean, I already know that this is a dead end over here, so this warrior is going to head over to the ruin anyways. If you do, you better let's make giant mind bend it. Oh, man. But that sounds like spoilers. Also, they already did a border growth over here. My goodness. I'm losing a spawn loss against 150, so I'm probably going to lose like 15. ELO. Yeah, sometimes that happens. It's unfortunate. Well, we're going to go ahead and cover this forest. But, part of me is considering just waiting a turn to pick up fishing. And then explore with, say, the capital. Because the explorer... Oh, actually, it really could still go any other way. That's a really huge gamble. That's not really worth taking. We're just going to go ahead and build a mine here. Get ourselves a workshop. And... I kind of want to rush leveling everything up as quickly as... Oh my goodness! Let's see. By the way, Toby and I are working on Polytopia story series where I discuss the story of the game. I did an announcement yesterday. Oh shoot! Did I... Hold on. What? Losing to spawn loss. I did an announcement yesterday. Did I say that? I don't think I said I agreed to anything, but I know I'm definitely willing to cooperate on stuff like that. All right, you got to go there. You got to go here. My main goal is to get the lighthouse. See, I already have external knowledge. I try to go into this blind as much as possible, but people are telling me I should be rushing mind benders for potential giant rush, which, you know, that's really, really cool play. I'm glad that's the best thing, but I wouldn't have really any knowledge of that. I'm just going to keep going with my initial gut, which is I want to be trying to get Smithery up as quick as possible. I mean, I'm working on Polytopia story related series. I was just telling y'all. Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, Toby and all, I'm working on the Polytopia story series where I discuss the story of the... Okay. Yep. All right, we're on the same page now. Turn to page 294. Ooh. We'll see if it works. Probably not. We'll pass this turn. They've got a cat. See, the best part is it actually ended up flowing nicely. Alrighty. But also forge. Forged in the fires and Mount Doom. Bump, bump. Park! And... not gonna lie, I think I'm honestly just placing a Park of Fortune here. Get ourselves some additional stars. Resources. Nerf Mindbender win. Yeah, they're overpowered. Literally one shot's a giant. I like using Mindbenders. They're funny units when you know how to play them, right? Mindbenders are a lot of fun. Trying to decide if I focus on getting a swordsman in my capital. So, because I'm trying to plan out the next few moves, because we only got 20, not 30 moves. I can be going hunting and forestry to get this leveled up real quickly. If I don't train it next turn. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to go ahead and do, is we're going to save our resources. A Gant Rush. Hunt. Forestry. We're gonna hunt here. Might as well get that pop. Clear this forest. Forge. Population growth. Hunt. And park. Should be fine. So the best strategy was mind bending, always has been. That was right, especially when they had giants. And so people, their problem is they're so easy to predict and view. Now you need markets as soon as possible. See, that's the best part about going forestry, is especially since we have philosophy, it's pretty easy for us to go markets and get a market here, get a market here. I would like to get markets, you know, as soon as possible. Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. I think we just follow up with writing here. We get a writer. I'd also want to hunt. And I want to level this up, improve the economy. We're going to clear this forest. We'll build a forge. Resources. I don't see a reason why I shouldn't. We'll build a lumber halts here. Population growth. And man, it would be, I mean, I could chop. We could chop this one. We'll chop here, and we're gonna get a swordsman, and the swordsman can start making his way naturally to this potential bridge location. Another giant? Now, I can actually rush markets here, but is it worth it? Probably. We'll try it. Because getting a market here is a lot of stars. I don't like how much damage we're already taking in this location. They have a cat here. I'm trying to remember. So we're just going to do a quick calculate. Slash calculate. It's a cat and a giant versus a giant at... I think that actually is enough to siege. And I'd rather not lose the stars. So, all honesty, we are better off just placing a mine here. And again, we don't want to be sieged. So, unfortunately, we're going to be doing a push. Why do you like kitty cats? I don't like killing kitty cats. No, I'm really sad. I can chop 2 more trees and get another market here. You killed a cat like 2 turns ago. I didn't like it. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and place this rider here. And I'm gonna see if I could bait the giant to go at least this way. We're out of stars, we passed this turn. Road, road. We can also bridge here. Bop. Bop. Secure the siege. We're gonna grab org. And at this point, we're gonna go ahead and road. Road. Route. Park. We're gonna place a market here. In case I'm crazy enough to put a sawmill in this specific location. Oh. Interesting. How many monuments do I have? Still just the Metropolis. Need 5 more kills for killer. We'll definitely get wealth within the appropriate amount of time. We're going to place this giant here. And more importantly, can I get away? Because I forget this one. Slow slash calculate. A giant versus a warrior with a wall. Does not one-shot, right? It does not. So we're going to go and place this giant here. We are going to place a warrior here, just so that way the city doesn't get sieged. And Rider? Rider helps me push further and faster against Simanti. It'll also help support the Schwartzman, I guess. We'll pass this turn. Alrighty. Well, if I can get Chivalry, that'd be great. Get ourselves a couple of knights. Chivalry destroys Simanti. So I guess that's what we're going to go ahead and do. Grab that first. You have destroyed Luxador. Alright. We bridge here. Bop. Secures the kill. How do we do this? I'm going to place a road here. We're going to chop this tree, clear forest. Forge. I want to know everything that's going on. That's pretty good. We're going to double road forward. So you go there. You go there. And again, our biggest goal is just to, honestly, claim the opponent as fast as possible. Omaji's already been defeated by Simanti. And I guess we just train a knight. Try to push forward as fast as we possibly can. I'm going to do the silly thing, and we're going to have this giant go to this ruin. It could also bridge across once it's done. That's it. Pass the turn. Wow. Forget. Exeter, they have how much defense? 1. I can bridge again. The mad lad's doing it. Push forward as fast as possible. Knight. We're going to forge here. Mine. Fruit. Another park. Nice. If I get fish. Fish. Resources. They're not going to let me get the killer monument? That seems crazy. We're going to train a knight. And then fruit. Fish. Another park. Got 6 turns left. Try the pacifist monument when the turn is about to end. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get the pacifist monument if I want the best score. Which I do want the best score. Killer monument is complete. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Road. Bop-a-da-bop. Go over here. Bop-a-da-bop. Go over here. Bop-a-da-bop. And then we'll rush this over to here, so that way he can't body block. And then secure the siege. Knight. We can place a market here, but that's probably the last turn of placing markets. Everything else just needs to go purely to levels. Like, if I place a mine here, and then place a lumber halt, gets us another park. That ruin is an explorer, by the way. Good to know. We train another knight, so that way we could try to close everything out. And another knight. Because I do want to capture everything. After that, we try to save as many resources. Bridge. Road. 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 This goes here. Do I pick up math? I don't see a reason to be picking up math. Level 3 city. Honestly, it looks like we just pick up farming here. And that should be good enough. Should. Oh, it's a free heal! That's right! And I doubt any of these knights already have kills, right? Every single one of these, I'd be throwing in just to throw in because it's funny. Because our goal, get all text for literacy, you bet. Also, save our resources in order to get the wealth monument, because we could definitely do that all at once. Oh wait, we can grab the gates of power here. Yes, gate of power. And a port. Allows a border growth. One, two, three. And then a farm. Gets us another park. Perfect. Alright, let me figure out how we're doing this. Because the puzzle is we got a Dumux here. This Dumux has 4 attack like a knight. So we need to either kill it or lower its health. But I also need to do enough damage to this chiton. Now we already know this knight, going all the way over here, will attack, bring it down to 4 health. I think we could just have attack, attack, secure siege, and then attack, attack on the chiton would be good enough. Right? Monument plus fish on capital. Ooh, that's a good call. Let's see. Alright, I'm going to do a quick calculation. Can I get away with... So calculate... knight at 4. And then... rider. And then a knight versus a chiton. Just that. Where did I type wrong? Oh, I typed hi, not Kai. Hi. Ooh. There we go. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to throw this knight over to here. It dies. Bop-a-da-bop. This rider goes here. Bop-a-da-bop. And then we body block. And then... Could I get away with sieging with the 4 health rider? I don't think so. I actually don't think we can. Rider with 4 versus a Chiton at 5. I don't think so. Yeah, it lives at 1. Let's just do the safer play. Pop it up. Perfect. Much better. And we might as well get a level up here. I don't think it's worth... Well, actually, it'd be better this way. So fish. And Grand Bazaar on the water. Disgusting. Gets us another park. We can still get our level up here. Mine. Forge. I think I actually do a border growth here. Yeah, we can still get our level ups. This goes here. And pass the turn. Yep, so we lost the, we lost that, but he's given us a fun guy in return. Alright. 1, 2, bop-a-da-bop. Secure siege. Bop-a-da-bop. Swordsman should be good enough. Disband this warrior. We're gonna go ahead and fruit. Farm. Fish. Actually, would have been cheaper a slightly different way. Whoops. Sucks to suck. Let's see. What else? Fish. Farm. Population growth. Fish. And then it gets a level up next turn. That should do it. We don't need to train any more units. And we're going to save for the Wealth Monument next turn. I can also place the market here. Is there any other monuments? I'm trying to get wealth. Yeah, we'll wait till next turn. I don't need to place another market over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need the sawmill to level this up all the way, so that's going to happen in a couple turns. Alrighty, we passed this turn, I believe. Too late for Eye of God. Ooh, that is an excellent point. We could definitely get Eye of God here. We can 100% get Eye of God still. Rude. Park. Huh? You guys saw that. That just leveled up twice. Where's your tip on being Homage if you're Cymanti on Tiny Drylands? Don't play Cymanti on Tiny Drylands. That's my tip. Alright, we capture here. Well, before we capture, we're gonna grab Sailing, at least. We'll grab Math. We'll grab Spiritualism. You have defeated Cymanti. Park. Port. Road. Road. Right over there. Port. Scout. Ooh. Port. I don't see a reason why we can't get starfish and all that. It's bedtime. Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and I can sawmill here. We're then gonna go ahead and place the Emperor's Tomb, Park, and I guess I'll place the market. Why not? There. That's probably as good as that's gonna get. I don't need to level that up. The Explorer Monument is complete. Okay. So we could definitely go all the way over there. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter. Not enough turns. Oh, I should have counted. Oh, well. And fruit. Lumber halts. Sawmill. Lumber halts. Population growth. Fruit. And Forest Temple. Gets us another park. Do I have any other fish? Is there any other city not connected? Nope, all of my cities are connected. I think we honestly just save our resources for a turn. I have Eye of God and I can place a port here. Yeah, we'll do that. Another park. Alrighty. That's a lot of stars. You know what? Let's see if I get free tech from here. The Genius Monument is complete. 18. Not terrible for a score. But a lot of people are scoring, like, way higher in 24s. So, what got done differently? I felt like I did good this run. Why did we only get 18? I need to chop every tree that I'm not using right now. Clear this forest. Fish. Fish. And Tower of Wisdom here. Gets us another park. Forest temple. And then I can chop 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. For another forest temple. Gets us a little bit of extra vision. Well, not terrible. But definitely was not the score I was expecting. I was expecting a little higher than that. What went wrong? Is it because I just didn't win the game fast enough for Pacifist? Could be. But I don't know. I actually felt like I did a good job pressing in and making good time. I don't feel like I was delayed unnecessarily any. You're missing a city? Missing the city in the fuck... Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, well. Yeah, you're right. There's a fish right there. There's a city in that area. Oh, well. That is pretty funny. Hey, still ranked 264, though? Not bad. Better than last week, place-wise. So, I actually should have seen that fish and should have known there's a city. You guys are right. Alrighty. Oh, you know what I need to do? There's another channel that... Polytube. I completely forget about... I always completely forget about posting my link onto the Polytube on the Polytopia Discord. Yep. Every single week. I forget. Alright. So, we have somebody that wants to be a friend. Sure. I don't see a reason why not. That was a pretty good score. Drawn, that's a new name. How's it going? We're missing a tree. It's fine. At the end of the day, we still did pretty good. Did you dodge the wealth monument like me? I actually got the wealth monument. Make sure to properly hydrate. Okay, so we're gonna turn that back on, but we're going to... Hey! Drawn! Thanks for subscribing! You get a dancing hexapod. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and switch over to live game. Small Lakes. Now, I did a little bit of practice off. I end up doing a lot better as Polaris against random people than you guys. Against you guys. So, you guys are always impressive, by the way. When did that become a thing? It's been around for about a month now. I never had a dancing hexapod. Yeah, it's... If I was going to spend 9 hours on making a little dancing hexapod that would last on a video for 4 seconds, you better believe I'm going to keep using it. There's no reason not to. Alrighty. Small Lakes, live game. I mean, I want to try playing against a random person, because honestly, against random people, I have a better chance of winning, and I could do more crazy things against random people typically. But not everybody's on the beta. Most people are not going to be on the beta, which is unfortunate. Can you do a PC player versus a mobile player? Absolutely. I do that for my videos. Crossplay is 100% available, except for the Switch version, I think, because the Switch version, some complications arose, so he stopped supporting cross-compatibility for that. I don't remember. I could be wrong about that. Got the new skin. That's cool. Absolutely. Switch version, I think, had multiplayer? Maybe. I know it got it at one point, but I think there were some complications, so it stopped being a focus, but that's just Nintendo being Nintendo. So, we have Solaris. A sudden eruption has surfaced the Solaris from the deep mountain caves. Led by the mighty Ralmi, they are determined to burn every inch of the square into ashes. Solaris start the game with the ability to burn surrounding terrain and turn water into solid lava. Alrighty. As we know, pretty much, this one is going to be set to a live game. Oops. Invite link. We'll go ahead and enable that. And it's pretty much going to be first come, first serve. I forget. Will it work on the YouTube? We'll try. We'll see. Solaris music goes insanely hard. Yep. Can I add you as a friend? Absolutely. Tolby is me. Both the PC and the mobile version. I don't play as much during my off time anymore. I've had my obsession about it a long time ago, but we still play every single Sunday on the PC version. I do still have my mobile version, of course. It's not like I got rid of it. Heck, I even have my good old... I don't even do the weekly challenges on my mobile version. I'm still at the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, so that way y'all can see. I already have Solaris, because for years I've been a beta tester as well. I need to use the dancing hexapod 81,000 times to break even. That means I need 8,100 subscribers. Spent hours on each 2 seconds. Yep. I'm Tolby. It's the same as the channel name, Tolbby. I don't think the YouTube link is working, so we're gonna go to the Polytopia general chat. Boom. And y'all are allowed to play whatever. It's just gonna be the small lakes. First come, first serve. And worst comes to worst, I'll just try playing against randoms. We'll give it about another half a minute. Ooh, there's chat going on. Let's see. I requested you, a friend requested you can add me. Yeah. I think you sent it to my mobile version. Both of them are me. But you want the one that looks like a computer monitor. He plays everyone. Well, I played... There we go. I'm assuming that's you. There are some people I don't play against, mostly because either they're known as cheaters or they are somewhat... They left a nasty impression on me. Alrighty. John! Go ahead and send the game invite. Now, if you're okay with it, I very much prefer live games. That way we just get the game moving and rolling forward. Now, how do I play? Alright, so what you're going to want to do is... There are multiple different ways that you can make it. You can find your friend. We're going to talk to this Kulu person. Create a new game. There you go. Just like that. Drylands. Sure, we'll play on Drylands. Alrighty. I'm gonna turn this volume down. Perfect. Alright. Good luck, John. Alright. So, as we are playing against Luxador, I'm gonna follow up with a warrior. Now, we don't have our guaranteed villages because we're playing on Drylands. Drylands is Solaris. Oh, yeah, it's gonna go really bad for me. But, yeah. It's fine. I'm actually going to go around the outside. See if I can maneuver something. Alright, now the tricky thing when playing against Solaris is... Ooh, that is excellent. Pass the turn. I find your lack of faith disturbing. I mean, I have a whole portion of my tree is unavailable to me. So... That's the unfortunate part. We go ahead and pick up Organization here. And he's not yet at 1,000, so I'm not going to meet him. We're going to honestly just move back over here. Minerals. Minerals. And Workshop. We'll pass the turn. I'd rather get 5 stars. Because I can't spend the 3 stars this turn anyways. Unless I train a warrior, but that seems kind of like a waste. Archie is the most balanced for Polaris and other tribes. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So our opponent would have to intentionally delay. I don't think that's happening. Alrighty. I kind of want to explore, but I also want to hurry up and get riders. I can get a rider now. Exploring is kind of a big deal, though. Our opponent already has riders. We pass the turn. Hi, you see me? Yep. Ooh, that's a level. Gets an explorer. We'll see what we can get away with. Because with the way things are currently set up, I have to pick up... Oof. That's not what I wanted to see. I am just 1 star short from being able to have my riders. So, in other words, this warrior was probably a mistake. Because I would like to have a better fight over here. Now, yeah, we're just going to follow up with a warrior and pass the turn. A good old warrior rush ought to do. Moving back. Probably due to the Explorer. But I do need to get my own riders. Riding. Right over here. Bop-a-da-bop. Rider, rider, pants and fighter. Monster Train. I am so excited for the new Monster Train game. Levels up. Not bad. But, in this instance, we're not able to train any more units. We're basically unit capped, except in our capital. So, I was actually expecting a body block over here. It didn't happen. Do I use the rider? I can siege if I use the rider. Yeah, we use this. We use the rider here. Ooh. Yeah, no reason not to. I'm gonna pick up climbing here. Do a little zoning. So he actually can't. Let's see, bop, 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 bop. We just go here. Pass turn. Mm-hmm. Nice. So this spot is still pretty tricky for me. There's no new text for me to pick up. We need units. We're going to go ahead and bob-a-da-bop right over to there. And once again, rider, and we just pass the turn. He's going to attempt to fight for it. And trains a rider in his front city. Unfortunately, that is a misplay. Sup, Tolby? How are you doing? We're doing all right. We're exploring the Solaris skin. Got challenged by a viewer. And they decided that we're playing on dry lands. You know, typical competitive people stuff. This person is making interesting choices. They are. They let me siege their city again. Alright, we go back over to here, siege the city, and move on over to here. We get this vision. Turn ourselves up another... Ooh, a pyro sounds good. He can't kill it. Nah, we'll train a warrior. And then a rider can go here. And I'll train a warrior. We just need units. Pass. Ooh, if I hit, he actually can't kill, so we go ahead and do that. Pass the turn. There's the giant. Oh. Oof. So our opponent is, unfortunately, going to split the attention between both these. So this is a unfortunate little micromanagement decision that is going on over here. What do we get in the ruins? It's not going to be an explorer. Oh, resources. We are needing that. Do I rush archery? I think we at least get hunting here. We're going to go ahead, grab this. Lighthouse. Hunts. Hunt. Resources. We're going to go ahead and capture. It's level 3. Trying to decide if there's anything I could do to... Bet you it's a monument away. So my main goal is I want to attempt workshop. Ah, it's 2 away. It's 3 away. But if I could still get a monument, then we're golden. Bop-a-da-bop. He's gonna siege with the giant. That's okay. Hunt. Minerals. Explore. Okay. Gets us a rider. Move right on over to here. And then we pass this turn. That was actually a really good turn for us. Yep. So he's going to siege with the giant. I have a hard time with the new Polaris skin. The flavor is too different to fit the same mechanics, just renamed. Yeah, I definitely could see that. It's not going to be enough to kill. Needed to be attacked in the other way around. Now, the nice thing about us playing Polaris, if I can get archery, the Ash Archers, we can lock up giants just fine. How many more kills do I need? 3. One. Dang. I only got 1 available. Bop-a-da-bop. Bring it on over to here. Do we just save our stars? I think I train a pyro. Yeah. Train a pyro. 2 riders. Pass this turn. That's fine. We'll be able to deal with the giants. Yep. This warrior! Alright, so the goal is we're going to be overrunning this giant by burning it up with the pyro. I was about to say, depending on the actions that going on over here... Warrior has 2 kills and both are on defense. Alright, so we're actually going to delay the capture. We're going to go here, bop-a-da-bop, and then we'll capture this turn. Killer Monument is complete. Ooh, a village. Head on right over to there. We're going to secure this kill. Free kills are free kills. You go on right over to there. And at this point, it is dry lands. We just need units. Right over there should be fine. Right over here should be fine. And another rider. I do want to get my own Gami, but... I think we go ahead and just save. This person has not learned the lesson about training riders in the front line. Yeah. I mean, Drawn looks like a newer player, so they'll definitely be able to learn a lot from our stream here. So definitely stay afterwards, Drawn. We'll be able to give you a lot of tips. Turn you into the next competitive Justin Laguini. Not too good. That's fine. You'll get better over time. We move right on over to here. And at this point, I am wanting vision. Bop. Bop. Death from 1,000 cuts. Bop. Bop. And before we capture, almost looks like a road situation. We'll capture that. Harvest. Hunt. Explore. Come on. Oh, it's gonna be just shy, isn't it? Ah, it's short by 1! I thought I would have had that. That's just silly. Alright, we passed the turn. We let that warrior heal up again. Tolby, want to do a Polaris mirror on small legs, but we both skipped the first 5 turns. Interesting. So basically, it's just a game to have a higher starting star bonus. That is an interesting thing we could do. Alright, this moves on right over to here. Bop. 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 We'll siege. Put some pressure. Rider. I say, hey, we're going to start using roads. And then what do we immediately do? Not use a single road. Of course. That is exactly like something I would do. Resources. I'm just going to start making connections. I lied. We're also training a rider here. Ooh. Gets level 4 and it's 1 pop away from another giant. Also, I love the background changes color the more the map is filled with. I could siege the capital this turn, but I'm not gonna. We're just gonna capture here. Road, road, road. Population growth. Road, road, road. Network monument is complete. That gets us. Oh, what was it? A Ralmi. And of course we get pops. I was just thinking that as I was finishing connecting the roads. We're like, oh man. It's totally gonna be Bop. Bop. Death by 1,000 cuts! Bop. Bop. And then we cover up the fruit, so no giant. Bop-a-da-bop. Do I go ahead and promote him? Yeah, why not? We'll go ahead and promote him. He deserves it. He worked hard for that. Goes right over to here. Right over to here. And pass the turn. Hey! Gets the giant. Anyways. Alright. We also need to keep this veteran warrior alive. At all costs. He's the defender of the land. Defender of the soil. Goes right over there. Oh, sure, we'll capture. I'm not even going to bother with any new text at the current moment. You can go right over there. You can go right over there. You... Oh, no. Alright, we go here and it body blocks. We're fine. He's fine. He's fine. There we go. Our guy is fine. That is the most important part. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we'll place down a Park of Fortune here. Get ourselves a park. Road. Hunt. Workshop. Fruit. Fruit. And... why do we not have the... oh, right. We don't have the Eye of God because of that one tile. What else? I think that's just about it. We're going to go ahead and pass the turn. Sieging with the guy would have been epic. Hey, I can still siege with the guy. But, he was 1 damage short, unfortunately. Unfortunately, he was short. How's it going, loading? Welcome to the stream. Oh, hope you have a relaxing time. We're just showing off the Solaris skin. Mind you, I am bad with Polaris, so unfortunately, just expect a lot of losses. I wish I could say I could do better, but bop, bop, bop. 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 Dang. Bop. Bop. I'm sorry. That's not... do better. I'll try. I mean, this is my introduction to the skin. It's been super fun. Anyway, love the stream. Absolutely. We stream every Sunday, and then I just stream other games throughout the week. Just for the chat demands. He's also the Giant Slayer. There we go. Boom. Good game, Tron. There we go. We'll get a Rolny there. What was in the last tile? Alrighty. So, good game, but we could definitely give a couple of pointers about unit management. I think that is going to be your biggest direction of improvement. Is you don't have to do what I was doing like during the weekly challenge and use a calculator to figure everything out. But part of it is pattern recognition. And weekly challenge. I forgot. What was my score in the weekly challenge? 720 points. Rank 260. Nice. Gold. And then we're gonna save that replay as we always do. Solaris versus... oh, speaking of which, hold on. I need to make a modification to P-Tech. Solaris. Game data. Nope, that's not it. Drop down menus. tribe evaluation on this equals true, and on village tracker. Hold on, let's... Specific skin, tech, tree. If tribe evaluation, this is village tracker. See, okay, so where's village tracker? Right, Solaris, boom. Equals that. Hold on, let me get this fixed. Which one is it? I completely forget which one this is. Is it this one? What is this one? Spin the wheel? No. We're gonna... Oops, sorry. I murdered your ears. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. This is for Discord. No, we're gonna go ahead and just delete that. This is for Polytopia, right? It's a folder. Right. This one. Here it is. I found it. So if we hide this for a moment. Alright. We're gonna fix P-Tech really fast. Boom. 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 I think that's it. I think that's all the ones I specifically have to fix. Okay. It also means if we go to specific tribes, there's Solaris. It's right there. Right now it has no games in. I haven't seen P-Tech on stream in ages. Yeah, I need to finish my run with the blueprints in order to finish, because the direction we were going to fix P-Tech and make it to where it's a lot easier to do, because as we all know, the hardest thing about P-Tech is inputting the game data. Unfortunately, there's been a little snafu in trying to find the correct information. Now, Anton was who stops by the stream, was trying to help a lot. But I needed to finish setting everything up on my end, so that way I could just program in. Luxador was small dry lands. This one is going to be versus... What's his name? Idling. Crow. 7979. Boom. Alright, let us take... We're going to take a look at that replay. And, Drawn, let's give you some pointers. Because you definitely have a lot of potential. Your economy was great. Your tech choices were fantastic. So let's go over the things that could be improved. Because honestly, a lot of everything you were doing was fantastic. We're going to turn off shared fog for this. So, opening sequence. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know the best opening sequence for Luxadors, but this is an okay start. It gets you early riders. If your opponent was Cymancy, now we're not Cymancy, but if your opponent is Cymancy, you already have riders, you're just missing roads, but also you're missing the economy for roads. Right over here, you get a lighthouse. And this is the moment where you discover that, hey, your opponent is right next door. Excellent choice, getting an Explorer. Oddly enough, the first thing I'm always arguing with people in order to improve their game is you have to explore. But look at this. Dron's already exploring, and he's exploring correctly. So, you know, round of applause for Dron. Excellent job. Gets all the vision he's going to need in order to understand what's going on, and better yet, gets the lighthouse, giving him another pop, one step closer to rushing a giant. Look at that. All he's going to need is forestry. Oh, fantastic. He's already got forestry. A giant within sights. The downside is giants are not super great against Polaris, but it can help early on. Right over here, though, we come to the first issue of unit management. Now, you did the best kill you could, because freeing your units is going to be the next most important step. So again, fantastic job. But right over here is where the first misplay starts to happen. Don't forget, because by placing your unit here, you're allowing me to kill it with anybody. It's within range of this rider, and you have full vision of this. So by placing your rider here, you're putting it in range of this warrior for the warrior to kill. You're also placing it in range for this rider to kill. This rider, when it moved right over here, it actually can be escaping to one of these 3 tiles over here. You know what I need? I need a way to draw on the screen. Do I have a tool for that? Let me... Does not have a built-in drawing tool with its course like Streamlabs. Yeah, I don't think we have anything. I mean, I'm getting mixed stuff here. Hold on, let me see if I can find a thing to draw. Instant replay. Ooh. Widgets? No, I don't think so. Yeah, close. We're not going to worry about it. All right, we're just going to keep doing our best we can with the tools we currently have available. So, retreating this rider as far back as possible to one of these 3 backspaces would have been a lot better. Because it protects it. It also has 2 of 3 kills. If you can get this rider 1 more kill, it becomes a veteran, and then not only did it take damage, but you healed it for free, along with killing another unit. So unit management and keeping all of your units alive, I think, would be your next step on improving your gameplay. But there's still a little bit more. Because you see the ruins. I think you have the idea that you want to fight for these ruins. You absolutely can fight for the ruins. Unfortunately, this is the wrong way to go about it. Climbing, not a terrible pick. Gets you a defense bonus. And then, as mentioned before, not only do I get to secure the kill, but I get to secure a siege. So in this case, you actually would have been better off leaving this warrior on the village to protect it. Because this city is worth 3 stars. A rider is worth 3 stars. And for me to prevent you from training units in this early stage of the game is a massive deal. Also, let me know if we lose connection, because we just had a brief brownout. So, sorry about that. It is very windy, and occasionally we lose power every once in a while because of that. But by leaving this warrior on the village, it makes it to where I'm required 3 units in order to siege. So I would have to go warrior, warrior, rider in order to siege, and that puts me in a tricky spot. But it still would have been worth. Or, second option, you know what? We actually have an even better option. Moving this rider to one of these spaces back here. If this warrior was also all the way back here, and then you left the village open, I would have to pick up roads, place a road, which I'm not affording this early on in the game, in order to siege this city. So, this turn right here on turn 7, there were a lot of little micromanagement stuff that affected the outcome of the entire game. Because even if this rider got placed back here, all I have to do with this rider is go right over here, bop, and then siege the city. Again, all I'm trying to do is slow down your star production, your unit production, so that way I can slowly get ahead. Because especially in this early in the game, consider this. You have 2 cities, which means you could make 2 units a turn. But if I cut off all of this production here, you're not going to be able to afford that. You're also not going to be able to get your giant as quickly. So just something to consider. But yeah, so on this turn 7, a lot of little decisions could have been made in order to prevent the city from getting sieged. But we go over here, I bounce the rider on back. And again, I am now placing my units in order to fight for the ruin. Now, one thing here. This was... unfortunately, you didn't notice that this rider had already moved. So it attacks, and notice a brief little difference between this unit icon and this unit icon. The fact that this unit has a white circle around the icon means it can move and attack. Since this unit does not have a white icon, that means it has already moved or attacked. And thanks to its escape ability, it can, of course, move after attacking. And since it can't attack and it can move, that means it's already attacked, so this guy can't attack. In order to kill a warrior with defense, it requires 3 units with the base 2 attack. And these 2 units are not going to be enough to do that. So what you're better off doing in this instance is relocating this rider probably back here to be out of range of the warrior, but in range to fight for the ruin. Because this makes it to where if I step this warrior onto this ruin, you can start fighting for it. And your whole goal should be to start fighting for it. But let's say, what is the best case scenario for me and worst case scenario for you on my turn? It's, alright, we move my warrior either here or here, one of these 2 spaces. More than likely, it really doesn't matter. But let's say this space, and I move the rider here for the ruin. So you're going to need 4 units to fight for this. But you already got them. You have this rider here, and all you have to do is train a rider here on the capital. Because no matter what, it covers this rider here, could fight the warrior. You secure the kill, and then you secure the kill on this rider over here. And then you could also start pushing forward, secure the ruins, and possibly the game at that point. So the game probably would have been over on turn 8 if I was trying to take these ruins. Now, if you look at my vision, I don't know how many riders you got, but I should assume, because of the past vision, that you do have 1 more back there. Actually, no, I don't have vision of that. So again, my unit micromanagement. You're making great tech choices. You're making great economic choices. What you need to work on is unit management. After that, the rest of the game kind of plays itself out. In the best way it possibly could. You're fighting for a ruin that you're not going to win. You get another explorer. Again, an excellent choice. Vision is very important. This explorer was a gamble, though, because if it went backwards over here, you would have seen a whole lot of nothing. But still, you're doing generally the right thing. And exploring as much as you can. Alrighty. So one little tip I'm going to give for you right here is, I don't know if you thought you had enough, or a monument that would have... I'm assuming you miscounted, and you thought you could have also gotten the fruit. But try to avoid spending resources you don't need, because this actually almost gave me a giant on this city, and that would have ended the game. After that... our last topic is going to be This warrior, the bane of your existence. This warrior has a defense bonus, meaning it is going to require additional units or 2 full health units in order to kill, which you did not have. So, in this case, you would have been better off just retreating your units, supporting units from your city, and then fighting for all this on a later time. Again, you try to wrap around. That gives me the opportunity to get a free siege there, because you're training riders on the front line. And after that, there's really not much else that could be done. But overall, it was a good game. Now, we have Justini that was asking if we wanted to try an interesting little challenge. We're gonna go ahead and switch to bopping. Alrighty. So let me figure something out really fast. Can you see me the game directly to you? Absolutely. I definitely can. Hey, Justine, you up for a audio call? We're doing let me find the other challenge. Told me want to do a Polaris mirror on small lakes, but we both skipped the first 5 turns. That's okay, Drawn. I hope you had a good time and learned a lot from that. Hope to see you again next time. You have a great rest of your day. The magnificent gold. Superficial intelligence! I haven't seen you in ages, man. How you doing? Busy with college? I hear that. I hear that. Well, take a moment to just relax from your college work or just put me in the background. And I hope you have a good time. I hope college is going well. When do these Sunday streams normally happen? Every Sunday. I mean, I started this an hour and a half ago, so pretty much around that time. So usually about like an hour and a half to 2 hours ago from whatever your current time zone is when they typically start. How long do they typically go? Anywhere from 4 hours to sometimes upwards of to 7. On average, maybe about 4. It's always a mystery what time the stream will start. It is unfortunately a mystery. I tried keeping it consistent, but weird things always end up happening in my mornings. So, you'd like to play next game? We could. We might be able to make that work. So I'm now playing against a 1750 Illyrion. Dang. Please bless you. Gesundheit. Give us a moment while Justini is figuring things out. Justini had an interesting challenge. Gonna listen to this in the background for now while you get stuff done. Fantastic. Good luck on your little project or whatever you're working on. I had the Solaris general chats on my Discord. Yeah, I haven't played Solaris because I'm waiting for the next update. And let's see. I could definitely... I'm going to try to see if he is available. Hello. All right, everybody.
Yo, is it working?
Absolutely. How's it going, Justini?
How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
Got some morning voice right now.
I completely understand that. I had a coworker call me the other day, way early in the morning, and then when they're like, "Hey, hey, I need this thing," I'm like, what can I help you with?" I'm like, "Dang," because I
just accepted the game.
Fantastic. Alrighty. So for those of you who somehow don't know, this is Justini Linguini, arguably one of the best, probably the best Polytopia player known in the scene. And, or at least I will always argue for that. I know I know you're up there with a lot of other contenders. But so he's actually has a whole series about playing Polaris on Archipelago. So if you actually want to know how to play Polaris correctly, not what I'm going to be doing, take a look at his videos if you haven't already. Inofuni is better. Lies. Scandalous lies. How's it going, Justini?
It's going well. I'm excited to do some silly games.
Okay.
Should be really interesting. Like, there's a very specific reason why I want to do this. I won't spoil though.
Well, I'm sure there's an interesting strategy that you may be thinking of. I know what I would do if I'm skipping 5 turns. So, are we both skipping 5 turns? Like, we're both going to turn 5?
Yeah, we're both skipping 5 turns.
Okay. Alrighty.
Once the game gets to turn 5, and that's when you make your first moves.
Alrighty. So once you see that turn counter on number 5, we'll be starting the game. I don't think there's anything else. Are you on the beta?
Not on my phone, so
that's fine.
Using the regular Solaris.
Alrighty. Alright, we'll see if I can see my Solaris skin. Probably not. Alright. Good luck and have fun.
Alright, good luck.
Alrighty. I guess I will be skipping turn 1. Turn 2. Turn 3. Turn 4. And turn 5. Alright, now I forget if this is how this works. So I am going to try to do this here. Oh, it doesn't work like that. Dang. And you know what? I'll pass the turn. What could possibly go wrong, right?
Okay, you gained exactly 300 points. That is extremely odd. I'll just do my thing.
Ooh, 100 points. That's a level up.
The host has a little bit of an extra advantage, but I don't know. My spawn is pretty good, so that might make up for it.
We'll pass the turn.
Alright.
Also, Sparky is saying hi. Wants to challenge you to a small continent. I don't know if you take challenges.
I mean, if you send me a 24-hour game, I'll usually accept.
I used to do that, and then at one point, I had 52 games, and I went, I need to stop.
Ooh, okay. Goodness. But I do have currently over 50 friend requests, so if you do send me a friend request, let me know what your username is so like I can actually find you. Because I'm not searching through my friends list like hoping to just guess like, oh, they might be named this.
Right.
Like you'll have to tell me.
It's Sasibo. Alright, now I've got a... I don't know if you see the background changing at all, but I have a slightly reddish hue in the background.
Oh yeah, the background change thing. I think that's only a beta feature, right? But that's so cool.
It is. It is such an awesome feature. Alright. Yeah, this was a mistake, but it's fine.
I love it when Midwand just... Yeah, I love when Midwand just adds small things like that. Just like... It's so meaningless, but it's just so cool. Like there was no reason for him to actually add it, but it's there and it's awesome.
It is. It is definitely awesome.
It's such a Midwand thing to do.
It's also really cool to watch a Polaris versus Solaris game as the background just shifts between blue and red.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of just have a little tracker of red versus blue. Oh, man. Yikes.
Up to no good.
Ah, shoot, it's a blue background. No. Alright, well, we're going to go ahead and place this here. Place this here. Here, 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 here. It's hard for me to actually comment on a game whenever I'm going to call, but it's way more interesting to be on a... No! Oh, no! How exciting. Alrighty, why do you have 50 billion warriors? That's a lot of warriors.
I think it'd be a really sad way to end the game. Yeah, I will say my micro is not the best. There's been some missed opportunities, but you know what? It's fine.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm also gonna kind of just do the whole, it's fine, just don't worry about it, it's fine.
Exactly. No biggie.
I actually, based off of your videos, thought you would have been going a different specific strategy into this game.
There's a lot of different things. That's the thing, is it's still Polytopia, even if you skip the first 5 turns. So you gotta be flexible. And I saw my spawn, I'm like, oh, I'll do this.
But also you know where I am.
Yeah, I assume that is your second city and your capital is like west of that. The one that I see, at least.
Right. He finds the lighthouse.
I do find the lighthouse.
New meta Mass Warrior. Hey, no, don't underestimate the power of Mass Warrior. Mass Warriors can be strong in certain situations.
Yeah, I love my little warrior guys when I'm trying to play greedy like this. That's exactly what they're meant for. They're the cheapest unit in the game.
They are affordable.
They definitely have their uses.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh, another city.
All right, we'll see if it pays off. Maybe, maybe not. If I was a better player, I probably would be able to... Did you just hit my little fiery dude? You hit my pyro.
Yeah, he looks like a little ice boy.
That's probably true. It probably does look like an ice boy for
I
you.
don't think the morality of the situation changes. Still a terrible person either way.
Well, if it so right now I am currently in the lead never mind, you are now in the lead when it comes to ice versus lava. Ice versus
That's
fire.
good to know.
Yeah.
Means you haven't expanded as much as I might have feared.
I ended up going with a interesting strategy that I don't know if it's going to pay off. I think in the long run it will. Oh man, you just got another village all the way over there. It's going to be a while before I catch up on all this border growth stuff. Oh my goodness, the Mad Lad does it. Yeah, that's not good.
Well, I'm turn 12. I mean, it's more like turn 7.
I was about to say, it's more like our turn 7.
Yeah, it's a shame that Polaris doesn't have markets, but in the mirror match, as we all know, the Ice Banks do a pretty good market impression.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a level 1 city. So I'm assuming your capital does not have ice, or you would have connected that.
Yeah, unfortunately, but yours doesn't either, so it's not like one of us got favored.
Yeah. I mean, Rhodes isn't that expensive, and I won't trade anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you already have mathematics, so making better progress on that than I am. I'm just trying to decide what I do with my stars, because you've already got the Gami. I could just go there. So I could just... that... I don't know. It's really tricky to decide. You know what? Let's just go the old tried and true method. Why not?
Okay.
It's hard to argue with tried and true.
Love to see. Yeah.
Burn the Gami! I want to set it ablaze. It's going to be a while, though.
Okay, that's interesting.
All right, everyone. Make sure to put in your 3 votes on what you think the ruins are going to be for all 3 of these ruins. Interesting. Okay, that works for me.
Wait, I can just train a warrior.
The warrior strats.
And break that ice.
Dang.
Yeah, you can kill my warrior, you know, if you want to.
I actually will.
No, you'll take that one out. And he was just chilling there. Or I guess from your point of view, he was
a menace.
Sunbathing.
Dear Lord! Hey! Sparky wins the vote. That actually is really big for us. Hunt? Lumber huts? Lumber huts? Lumber huts? Lumber huts!
I think this guy's forestry. I don't know. Yeah, I've just got this these forestry vibes.
It's a part of your Polytopia Sixth Sense.
Exactly. You know, I don't see any lumber huts, but I just think he might have forestry. Oh, that's a Park of Fortune. Okay. I gotta say, I do wish I had better vision, because you don't want to attack into Polaris when you don't have good vision, because, like, that he just like.
Yeah, you never know what they.
With like right.
You never know what they're gonna have. That's that part.
I don't want to throw a gummy that never.
You know, so true. You never know. So.
Why do you have a mind bender?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't think you have any reason to worry about why I have a mind bender. That sounds like somebody who... Hey! No! Not the cats! Oh man, that's a well-placed cat.
Looking at a potential target. I know the mind bender is good for the content, but... Oh wait, I just realized you can reach the catapult. That's a thing you can do.
It is a thing I can do. I actually am somewhat tempted to do that. It also gives me a long-term advantage. Honestly, I don't see why not. Bop! Wee! Wee! Bop! Wee! As nice as that is, we're just gonna do a simple kill. We're gonna play a tiny bit safer.
Okay, let's just do that. Can freeze area. Go here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Level up here. And I think about time I get a little bit of rider spam.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the writer spam.
I always love me some rider spam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ice fishing. Yeah, I'm really worried about Phila now. I mean, that does mean your score being high isn't actually that big of a deal because you're gonna be ahead in text, but
maybe.
If you get ice.
We'll play some here. I need to not. Well, because you could go dare, and then that's kind of it. So I guess I'll do... I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too confident in my current position.
Okay, cool. I'm not confident in mine either. But you're the one with the actually complete information, so...
Yeah.
So I'm not sure about that decision. Oh, okay. That's why. I thought I had the siege.
I mean, you can still siege.
Let's do a little block.
Mm-hmm.
Siege. Logami. Now I feel a little better because I've actually got vision.
Is continent or lakes? This is lakes. Or in this case, lake. And sets it up for the night chain. If I had one.
What? Yeah, you can't chain through that. Got me though. Oh yeah, okay. I knew you were gonna be there. Trying to be all sneaky and subtle.
I think I just need to let you take the thingamawat with the thingamajig. Yeah.
I will gladly take the thingamawat. I could have taken that so much earlier without it being like contested at all, but I kind of forgot that moonies are pretty important for freezing water and not going towards a random village that I could get with a warrior.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do ahead and still train a safety warrior despite it not being what I want. We go ahead and pass this turn. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have like ice archers, which would be very problematic. So I'm just so scared to commit.
Right now it is 3 Gamis to 1.
Oh, you only have 1 Gami? Oh, that's nice. That's good to know. Thank you for...
No, I'm only mentioning how much you can see. It is 3 Gamis to 1.
Hold on. No. Let me check out what's going on there. I probably should have gone the Explorer at the beginning. Oh yeah, no, you only have 1 Gami. Okay, so you do still fill. That's the thing. Is like, yeah, I'm up 2 villages, but you have Philo, and you're about to get another village. Like, as much as I'd like to say, oh, of course I'm winning, like... I mean, if you have Ice Bank, then suddenly we have a game. Because the thing is, if both sides have Ice Bank, then suddenly, like, village advantage isn't a big deal anymore, because yes, you're up in eco, but your techs also become more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, normally that's, like, obviously the case, but with the Ice Bank, it increases your eco.
By a lot.
Techs.
Absolutely. I think we're just going to bring this back. Bring this over. What? I had 8 seconds left. I just looked at that when you said time pressure.
It said 0 seconds on my screen.
Dang.
I may or may not have slid Midge 1 to 20.
Also buying out Midge 1 subscribers, I see. Dang, I supported you too. Dang, you got the Ice Bank before I did.
Yeah, I know. You had Philo too. And you were down in cities.
Yeah. It's just Stars Return's not my friend.
Oh, hold on. No, you can't siege. Cool.
You lose, more than likely. I do mention every time I'm bad at Polaris. I love the tribe. It's really cool. I'm just bad at it, but it's really cool. It is a awesome tribe.
Okay, so I might be getting C. Oh, you know, I should have chopped for the warrior. I was thinking like, oh, I need to keep my force because like my eco is going to be so high and I don't have to buy spiritualism and make force later.
Hey, look at that.
But then my actions have consequences.
When will you learn?
No, I did this intentionally. This was actually to make the game more interesting because I felt bad that I was winning so much. This was a planned throw for the content.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's as big of a throw as you think it is. Because oddly enough, I don't have a lot I could do against this wall we've got going on over here. What? Oh. Well, I guess we do lose.
Yeah. The Mind Bender gets frozen too. I can't afford polarism.
I'm not even getting a warning on my end. Can you ask Justine to accept my friend request? Well, he's in the middle of a game. Give Justine time, Sparky. Not for long. Yeah, well, he'll probably accept it when he's free. Like 2 more minutes? Maybe like 30 more, but I wouldn't complain and pressure the point, because that gets people to say never mind. So just hold your horses, Sparky. We're almost done. Oh man, the background finally turned blue again. I was gonna at least try to say I win because I have the red background at the end of the game, but the world is frozen over.
No, I'm gonna jump.
Oh no! It is very sad. Yeah, I don't think there's a way I can turn this around though. Not with that, not with the unit count I currently got. I'm just gonna go and build the lava bank just so I have it, just for symmetry. Look at that! It's even in the same opposite side of the map.
And the same tile.
It's on the same tile on the opposite side.
Nice.
All right, we'll go ahead and capture. See if that turns the map red. It doesn't. Yeah, that bug still exists. All right, and then I'm gonna mind bend here. I'm gonna mind bend here. I will mind bend here. Yeah, I mean, I have to just train a safety warrior. Or pass the turn. But yeah, so right now there's still a... I'm actually gonna let you capture these villages to see if they change the colors when you capture them on my end. Don't get your jumper cables in a twist.
I guess I can snag.
Yeah, they're not swapping over.
Sam.
Okay, now that also looks cool.
Sam.
Even though that's absolutely wrong, but that outpost looks cool. Happy and blessed Sunday, Shalom. How goes it? So, I'm certain Midgy1 is seeing this, but, well, maybe not. I'll try to send it over, so that way it gets fixed, because I would actually love to see, like, a true, ice versus fire game, where everything properly flips over back and forth. We're just gonna capture
I'm really
this.
curious how this looks on the stream at the moment, because, like, I just see ice. It's just your average Polaris mirror.
Haha! I have granted us even more economy! Bop. And then I do this, because there's nothing he could do about that. I do this, and there's nothing he could do about that. And then I do this, and there's nothing he could do about that. Yeah, the game's over. Alrighty. Well, that was an amazing game.
Yeah, I'm really curious. When did you buy philosophy?
I pretty much right out of the gates.
You just immediately... Oh yeah, you can get Philo right away. Or not Philo, you can get meditation right away.
Yeah, because of the 5 turns that we waited. Because of the 5 turns that we waited, I we're like, okay, I also want to see if this works, and just picking up meditation, nah, it starts at 0, which is unfortunate.
Well, yeah, you have to buy the tech.
Yeah, you have to buy the tech first.
Meditation did add up in the background. That'd be a good way to buff meditation without buffing IMO, actually. Like, that could really be something. I want to see this from your point of view, though.
Yep, I'm getting my stuff fixed on my end. So, this is one heck of a weird replay. What the heck?
Yeah, this one was pretty good. I was just saying.
Okay. Well, I definitely... There's a slight reason why you... Yeah, so I immediately start off with a meditation. I'm gonna go ahead and get everything...
10 altar piece. The thing is, your eco's just very slow.
Yeah.
So maybe if you had upgraded and then the next turn got in meditation, there could be something there.
Possibly.
Because you also didn't train like any units, so your expansion was slow.
My expansion did not have resources. I really should have pivoted into I decided to go with riders, but I should have pivoted into mining. Versus Polaris, small lakes. Versus just shoot, I always forget how to spell your name.
It's with 2 E's.
Justine. Me. Guini. Skip first 5 turns. There you go. Replay saved. But yeah, so...
Oh yeah, I'm looking at this thing now. It looks so interesting with the dynamic between fire and ice.
Nah, it is really cool to watch this time. I would just love to see it constantly flipping back and forth between the two to have a true, like, okay, which one's better, the fire or the ice? He's just a teeny linguini. Can you remind him now? Yes, Sparky's asking for a friend request. It's entirely your choice.
Yeah, I just accepted it.
There you go. But yeah, so I rushed my Altar of Peace, going, okay, well, I can get better economy. That way I can get an instant Altar of Peace. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I can tell you what can go wrong is my economy can be, you know, drastically weaker than my opponent's. Because I was very greedy with the number of units that I was training, so... Interesting map. I would actually say this is one of those actually balanced maps. When looking at this.
Really especially balanced for, like, Polaris, since you can easily traverse.
Yep.
Like, if this were, like, a normal tribe, I'd be massively advantaged. Because I have land access, but...
Yeah.
The water access is almost, like, better, if anything, because you can double mini to go along super fast.
Yep. So, and this is the turn right over here, 15 to kill the cat. That I had picked up.
You had to buy the,
Polarism.
Oh.
Yeah, but I figured, like, you know, that'll give me an advantage on the ice. I don't see why not. Nah, I was better off leaving the cat. It's right over here. And I'm just a little disappointed, so I'm going to say this is a bug, because it would be way cooler to actually see just the tiles flipping between fire and ice. So hopefully that'll fix itself.
I mean, I suppose it does make sense from, like, a logic perspective that it's either turning into ice or obsidian.
Oh, that would be interesting if there was, like, a, an obsidian, secret land tile. Even though I know Mijiwan's not going to add that, but that would be really cool if there was a... Well, both of them have afflicted this tile, so heck with it. We're turning black. And then that could be what happened to both Amux and Venger. Lore? Okay. But you can also you can also see right now the background has changed to a pretty hefty red because the majority of the tiles are currently fire tiles. And the other cool thing is in the update, sieging is no longer fire for Polaris, it's now ice.
My goodness, wait, that's so cool. I think that Polaris is getting a little bit of a spruce up alongside the new skin.
It's beautiful. And then once you capture this village, it's blue for the rest of the game. Right there in that background. It's amazing. So, there's my lava bank versus the ice bank. Both on opposite corners of the map. But yeah, mine was way too late. So you would think, I mean, I was hoping to rush the lava bank with, I might as well let the game finish off. But I'm just a little sad that these don't switch and convert over. But one cool thing added is, like, look how cool that outpost looks on a lava tile. So now if they could just fix the spawn to guarantee water tiles, that'd be great. Honestly, if you're going to have a tribe have a water thing, you should be guaranteed water tiles. Like, I know that it's just a minor complaint, but Polaris should be starting off with water tiles next to their capital. Make it easier for them to be able to use their creator. But that's just me. Even though I think Polaris is pretty much just fine. But yeah, that was an awesome game. Turns out pacifism doesn't pay. You're better off just beating up your opponents. That is what we have learned. Oh, and murdering all the animals.
Yes, eco is very good.
Yeah, I really didn't have an opportunity to level the city up. Even between both of our visions, there was not really any... There's no farms. This is just I should have gone with geothermics into smithery. Because build up...
Or you could just get roads and then use a single outpost and road connection.
That is also a possibility. That's a lot of... it's also a lot of resources. I don't know. But the geothermals would have given me another Gami, at least in this southern city here. And then I spent way too long getting this one. So it's just, I played poorly. Oh well. But I still think it was a really cool game. And you get a beautiful map of the entire game. Thank you very much, Justini, for that.
Yeah, it was a good time. I think I'm going to head out now.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the stream.
All right. Thanks for stopping on by.
Yeah, see ya.
Boop. Perfect. Alrighty, and of course, for Justini, don't forget, if you're not already subscribed to his channel, go ahead and look up Justini Linguinis. He's actually a pro player. I'm just here for entertainment. But he is a pro player that plays a lot and uploads a lot of games, and is currently doing a Guess the ELO series. So if you want to submit a replay for him to guess what your ELO is, or your opponent's ELO, go right ahead and, pay his channel a visit. Anywho, back to... So the next one in line, if anybody is actually... Superficial Intelligence. Are you still there? Ooh, we've been streaming for 2 hours, and it's currently around lunchtime. I think I've got enough time for one more game, where... I'm going to try to push as many games as possible, and then I'm going to take a lunch break, and after that lunch break, we're going to be working on a new animation for Polytopia, because I don't know how much y'all enjoy these little animations that I had worked on previously. I had a lot of positive feedback from working from the animations. People liked them, so I just want to make more. And of course, I want to be making stuff for Solaris to help build up the hype. Hopefully get sponsored by Mijiwan. And just make a cool animation to highlight Solaris. And he's insistent on keeping the trees the same, so maybe without the full lore, we can at least insert our own non-canon lore. Are you going to go over the idea for the animated video later, or did you already do it? Later. We're going to be going over it later. Superficial is still here. Superficial, go ahead and send me a game invite. Are you on the beta? Actually, no, you don't have to be on the beta for me to see the skin. Actually, that's perfectly fine. I could play against a random if you guys want to see a win. Oh, man. I have been playing against a lot of you guys lately. In that, I tried showing off that strategy. I dumped my, I dumped my ELO. So, we'll eventually get back to 1500. Especially if I play against random players. You guys are just too good, though. We go about 50-50 against y'all. But I am definitely... Because I want to work on quite a few of them. And see how we can get that to get the animations and all that to work. So... I think it's going to be really cool. We'll see. Hey! Whoop. Join the game. Again, we're going to be playing as Solaris. There we go. Ooh, it's going to be a large continents game. I just realized. All right. Oof. We're going to train a warrior, pass the turn. I'm going to do something. It's probably going to be a mistake, but I'll make it work out. You'll also probably get a better picture of Polaris. We're going to go over here. Build ourselves a crater. Get a workshop. Improve our economy that much further. Pass the turn. Yeah, we're going to be making the rough draft for the entire animation. We're going to go here. I'm going to go ahead and train one more warrior. Pass the turn. Don't forget, it's 5 tiles, right? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're fine. Woohoo! Crater. And workshop. We'll go ahead and pass the turn. If I didn't train a warrior, I could have leveled up this city next turn. See, this is where counting ahead helps. Fortunately, I'm not doing enough of this pre-planting. Pre-planning. Ooh. We're going to go ahead and train a pyro here, pass the turn, and then we're going to leapfrog. Pender asks, question on craters, ports, and mycelium towers. Alrighty. Go for it. What is your question? Ooh. Also, we're playing against Venger, I just realized. Hunt. Resources. And we pass the turn. Which means I should actually be going climbing geothermic smithery. More than likely. When it says radius of 3, or what does it mean? 3 tiles between each crater, or does it mean another crater within 3 tiles? So it means it needs to be able to have a path of 3. So, in other words, this crater, any of them that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, any in this radius, so on and so forth, it will be able to connect to. Also, steam engines would be nice. Lumber halts. Lumber halts. Workshop. Pass the turn. Okay, so you could also say there's 4 tiles between each crater. That is also correct. As long as this line can draw between them. So, like, it's important on maps like Archipelago where you have weird land drawing maps. So, yep, that's pretty much it. And it does, even though it looks like it does not go through cities. Or wait, maybe it does. I keep forgetting if it goes through cities or not. Boom, boom. Lumber hots, lumber hots. And another workshop. We're definitely going to try to save as much as we can to improve our economy. Like so, because we're not in any massive rush. Or anything. We'll pass the turn. Ports will connect through cities. It does. Ports will connect. There we go. So Dan answers the question. Ooh. As you can see right there. I don't remember if it was a false identification or not, but looks like it does. There are units right here, so I could actually go ahead and start burning it up. Ooh, Venger's getting quite a few points. Probably already has their first giant. We'll be there in a couple more turns. You go right there, because you can go right there. Yoink. Burn. Alrighty. Turbine. Lumber halts. Resources. Oh, you know what I could have also done? Crater. Lumber halts. Resources. And then this warrior here is a misplay. Unfortunate. Turbine. Lumber halts. And then we actually can do a border growth here. And then we can pass the turn. So we'll see. I'm trying to prioritize my economy right now. Because this is a large map. Because we're not in any rush. Definitely gonna have to, because of this minor misplay here. This warrior's gonna have to go here, and this warrior's gonna have to go here. So I can actually try. Alrighty. This can go here. Fascinating. There and there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see why we shouldn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Metropolis is complete. 1, 2, 3. Counting with Tolby. And we'll pass the turn. I said ports earlier, but I mean outposts. Oh, okay, yeah. Then... Because I know mycelium and all that would... Ooh. Their units either here or here. And I'm pretty certain they also have a unit here. Regular ports do not? Okay, yeah, that is good to know because that is a very important thing to differentiate. Now, if I get the chance, we're definitely exploring here so we can see everything going on with our opponent. Because we're still in second place. Do you have skate? I forget. No. I do need to consider steam engines, though. Wow, this is such a bad village over here. This is also such a beautiful dynamic. Imagine if the trees were more like, Venger trees. Because I think I understand why, thematically, Michiwan is saying no, he's going to keep it as the trees. Make it easier to differentiate and all that, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. Do I go ahead and just pick up Smithery here? Yeah, I don't think we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go ahead and just put this crater here. Explore! Oh, dear lord. Oh, dear lord! Why are there so many Giants? Lumberhots. Lumberhots. A workshop. And if I save for Smithery, I can get quite a few more giants here. Well, at least get another one of these guys. And pass the turn. How rude. Ice archers, okay. I do need to start getting actual units out. So do I just go ahead and start getting steam engines? Right over there. Oh man, I would so like to get a lava bank. I'm so far away from it though. All honesty though, probably just need to start getting these steam wagons. Actually start getting some units. Look at all these burnt up starfish. Oh man, it's a true puzzle on how to appropriately progress on this. Alright, archers. Understandable. So he'll be able to deal with these first few pyros just fine. But once I get enough... Because we're fighting on the coast right now, which is actually it could be farms, but... He's getting a whole bunch of giants, and... Alright, so yeah, we could do this. I could do this. You go here, you go there. And then we can pass this turn. There we go. So we're actually doing a pretty good job at getting our units up. He's going to kill 2 of our pyros, unfortunately. That's why we have to keep training more. Or then we just one-shot these archers. Bridge. Oh my goodness. It's a Gant. I'm half tempted to just get explosives here. Just let this go. Yeah, I think I'm honestly just better off just letting it go. We're going to go ahead and just do that. I will delay it for another turn. Ooh, resources. If I do this, we can get ourselves another Rami here, and then more on other locations. We're also going to need a safety warrior here to start fighting. So this is going to be gone, unfortunately. But... oh my goodness. Freaking roads. That's a veteran swordsman, too, so... ooh, he's making it easier. He's letting me decide when to initiate, so all I have to worry about is this spot right over here, meaning I can easily just pick up archery and then we clean all this up. It's actually very simple. Because this buys me a little bit more time. The issue is it buys them time too, but... alright, we're going to go ahead and extract this. So I'd like to be able to just draw on the screen, and this... right. I could delay the capture for another turn. I'm going to grab that there. I did want ice archery, but we're going to go ahead. Oh, did I not? Wait. Oh, it's because I never built this turbine here. Forge. Population growth. Turbine. Another Ralmy. And that will pass the turn. I'm still so far away from trade. Ooh. I forgot what the range on these are. Is it 3? No, it's only 2. Double movement on lava tiles, but on land, the range is limited to 1 tile, and all other abilities are disabled. How do I want to do this? Bop. How do I do this? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this button. Nowhere near on Killer Monument. Nowhere near on Explorer. We're going to go ahead and train our Pyro back here. We'll pass this turn. Forget if this is enough. Hey, it is enough to survive. Nice. Allows me to do exactly what I want. Really? I mean, that's what I get for being bad at the Polaris. I'll figure it out someday. But what was I supposed to do to have a better economy? I don't know. Not on this game. Pretty certain I have enough to pretty much destroy this onslaught. I don't have enough for roads. Do I just pick up ice archery? Alright, you go there. You go there. Bop. 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 That's crazy. I don't have any trees I can chop. I should have done a border growth here. So the real purpose of capturing this village is to try to take less pressure off of me over here. Uh-huh. More swordsmen up there. But I also need to keep training these pyros. That doesn't do anything. We can also burn all their stuff here in just a moment, if I remember how the mechanic works. So many giants! Oh, killer monument. Yeah, I've just been throwing my units away. Bop. 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 All right, there we go. Steam wagon. If I train a pyro, this forces him to do something back here. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, pass the turn. My goodness. I should have moved this steam wagon back a little further. Arg! I don't even know if I have enough to deal with this giant. Because once Polaris loses its naval superiority, they can't recover. Let's see. This can go here. Steam wagons. Oh, I put this pyro in the wrong spot. See, I'm too aggressive with my units. Because now at this point, this pyro just dies to eroded forward swordsman. There's just way too many techs and all that I'm needing right now. Right. Probably gonna resign here in a moment. I don't see myself recovering from this. I don't have roads. I mean, there's a chance, but part of the reason I don't play these normal-sized maps is the games go on a little too long. Alright, that's the killer monument. It's a lot of stars to invest into that. Bop. Do I just pick up ice archery here? I'll at least get a rider. Pass the turn. Well, we'll get this village back. I don't know. There might be a chance. There might still be a chance. Dang. Now that fills me with sadness. Uh-huh. Well, I know my opponent tried to prevent this from happening. Actually, it probably is still happening. Yeah, I'm not getting Magmaism. Which means if I go here, bop-a-da-bop, we go here, skadoosh, we go here, bop-a-da-bop, right over to there, we go here, bop-a-da-bop, right over here, bop-a-da-bop, and then we secure the kill, pick up roads, road on over to here, forge, crater, Houdini! Who done it? Well. Um... And I might as well just get a rider, just for the extra units. Now, does that really matter? Probably not. All of my units are super weakened now. Mm-hmm. And that's why. It's cool, though. Should be enough here, right? Yeah, it is. It's already enough. But true question. Do you know what's funnier than one Houdini? I'm still gonna lose. You know what's better than doing one Houdini play? That's right. Two Houdini plays. Wait, where can I place another crater? Lump hot. Cheaper this way. Houdini! Hey! Oops. Making a whole bunch of bad plays right now. Yeah. After that, I think we resign, right? Because we're just cooked after this point. Yeah, because this city gets sieged. This city gets sieged. Well, no, not quite. We'll hold on to it for a turn longer, I guess. Still alive. Oh, yeah, Archer there. That'll do it. Because I can't do anything about this onslaught of swordsmen. Man, if only I was able to get knights at some point. That would have been nice. Interesting. Yeah, and there's nothing I can do about this, so... I need ice archers. It's just my economy is too terrible, and I've never been able to pick up trade. I was too aggressive. I don't know. Polaris does not fit my general play style. Oh, they killed my Mooney over here. Yeah, I'm going to save everybody some time. I'm also getting hungry. It was a good game, but we're done. It was a good game. Go and delete that off the list. But we will absolutely be saving that replay. But yeah, so that was a good game. How's it going, Zeke? Well, that game lasted an hour, so I was going to see if I could have snuck in 2 games, but I'll see if I can sneak in one. Solaris versus Venger. Small, no. Normal continents. This one is versus superficial intelligence. You beat rats? Ooh, congrats. Alrighty. So honestly, it's probably... Where did it go wrong for me? Because the important thing's to distinguish where that went wrong. I think economically we're doing okay. Still here, we're doing okay. We got our first Gami. Our opponent at this point has a whole bunch of giants. So, when I found out that this is where my opponent is, I needed to have backed off. Is what I should have done. Just immediately go, it's not worth fighting for. Because I invested a lot into fighting for it when I didn't have the economy. This is a large enough map. If I rushed the Ice Bank, I should have won this. But, that's probably... This decision to just fight for this as long as I did was the game. I should not have gone with Steam engines. The reason I went with Steam engines is I can find Starfish and then Snowball. So it's not a terrible idea to do that, but I should have stopped investing into fighting for this a little bit earlier. Well, no, but I did. Okay. But I should have gotten the Ice Bank way sooner. Alrighty. Do you think, Toby, that should always rush Ice Bank on big... you should always rush Ice Banks? Yeah, I don't play Polaris or Solaris enough to actually know that. I could take the one more challenge from Pender. If he is still here. And Dinger Big Rats and got 700. I'm feeling super lucky. I mean, I'm a freak... I thought you wanted a game. If I remember correctly. Can I join in on a game? Yeah. What are you feeling? Well, I still would prefer small, just because of time-wise. I don't want games to last forever. So, I'm fine with small map. I am playing Solaris because we're trying to highlight the skin as much as possible, but this is going to be the last game. Welcome back, Superficial. Good game. In-game name, I'm Tolby, the PC one. I'm actually both, but we're playing on the PC. Thanks for the game. Absolutely, it was a good one. Peaceful Turnip. Pender, are you Peaceful Turnip? Is Solaris out? It's still in beta, but while I get the chance, I am going to be playing as many games with it to show everyone awesome games as Solaris. And I say awesome, but I'm bad at Polaris, so. Alrighty. I thought that start would have been a good one for me, too. Alright, hey, there we go. It's gonna be Small Lakes as Polaris. Don't forget to like the stream. Yep, feel free to like, subscribe. That really does help a lot. Well, I was gonna switch to the start of, Hey. Ooh, Symanti. If I recall, this is a not favorable matchup for myself. Warrior, pass turn. Oh my goodness, I'm getting confetti on non-Polytopia video. Yep. Where are my villages? Well, we're going here then. Since I made that Solaris song template, I'm gonna make so Solaris Lo-Fi also work on songs. Yeah. All right, moving here. Ooh, a Schwarzman. Which one's gonna level up both? Neither! It's gonna be one of these games. It's fine. We'll make it work. I think the shaman's here. I'm gonna grab Org. And we have to hunt. Explore. If I want a remote chance of winning, I gotta explore here. We gotta make some pretty gambly plays. Because I don't know where my other village is. We pass this turn. That's a pretty decent explore. Let me see what I need to see. Resources. We pass this turn. I'm waiting for the score to jump 300 points. Riding. And then we're just going to go rider pants on fighter. We pass this turn. Where are you going? All the way over to here? Nope, that's a misplay. They got another village that's here. So, did I get I got a bugged spawn. Because I'm supposed to have 2 guaranteed villages, but we don't. Rider. Pass turn. Interesting. Wanting to trade 1 for 1. We're going to go here. Hunt. Hunt. Workshop. Boost our economy as much as possible. Rider. Capture. And... we pass this turn. Our economy's doing better. We'd have to do another explore here. But I did have 2 guaranteed villages. So, part of me is wondering if the shaman is waiting for us right here. But even if it is, we can still kill the shaman. Bop-a-da-bop. Bop. There is no shaman there. I'm gonna go there, gonna go there. Hunt. I'm gonna climb. Harvest. And explore. Well, that's a shame. But... this is fine. Solaris is the only skin... only a skin or have new features. It's a skin. Centipede push? I mean, I killed the centipede. Right? We killed the centipede. Ah, resigns. Interesting. And switch that back to bopping. Wow, I don't know. That vet servant really did it. Oh, it absolutely did. I don't like mentioning that name. Let's see. I don't know what I was supposed to do that game. So, we'll look at it in just a moment. Solaris versus Simanti, Small Lakes. Now, the interesting thing was versus Peaceful Turnip. So if we go ahead and switch to your view. First off, apparently there's a bug. Because I did not have 2 guaranteed villages. Whereas we still had 2 guaranteed villages over here. So that part was rough for me. Moving forward, level up, makes perfect sense. Yep, keep moving forward, train a warrior, also makes sense. Levels up, gets the stars. Actually, so what I would have done in this instance is I would have moved, because you wanted to boost. What I would have done is, because you see lava here, and you saw there was lava here. Move this warrior to this tile here, move this warrior 1 tile up, and then level up this this city. Because by doing so, you would push the scout this way. So it's important to understand. Didn't boost your warrior. I could get it faster due to force blocking. No, that's that's the correct play that you made right there. It's just you could have pushed the scout to actually discover everything I had. Because by exploring here, you're making a 50-50 roll between this tile and this tile, or I guess technically a 35 or 33% chance for this to go wrong, and then it did. So it went backwards. And then there's a mountain there, of course there was. But if you had placed this warrior onto this tile here, it would have cleared out this tile. So the one closest tile for the explorer to explore would be this one, and then it would have gone completely this way. So Goalie does have a video about pushing and guiding your scouts into the right direction, because scouting is very important, but you have to use them correctly. So that would have made a huge difference, because let's say we did do that, you would have seen, replay fog off, this. You would have seen this. And you would have seen that I only got 2 villages, and you have the advantage. I don't know what to do about that sword, though. Throw units at it. Literally, the best thing you could do with this, with swordsman, is because you would see here that I am keeping my distance and respecting you because I don't have vision of you. So my next turn would have followed up with this. So then you would have been able to move this warrior to this tile here, more than likely. Or if not, then this one would go here or start heading towards this village. So on and so forth. Because there's no reason to fight. But then on this turn, you could start improving your economy and get ready for writing. And then you move your shaman back. And then after that, you can start boosting with, you could actually get a warrior here. And then in 2 turns, you'd have this village. It would have been very much in a game in your favor. And then after that, what do you do with the swordsman? You throw a whole bunch of hexapods at it until it dies. That's what you do. It's sort of like Giants. Can you play it? This was the last game. I need to go eat, and then after this, we are gonna be working on a Solaris animated video. Well, one explorer made the game fall through. Yep. In this one, it was you 100% could have controlled that. So hopefully you learn from this one and just practice pushing the explorers where you want, because luckily you have this mountain here, and the explorer will always go to the closest fog tile it has access to. And even though there would have been a fog tile here and here, the closest tile it could have gone to is this one, and then it 100% would have seen everything you would have wanted it to see. So there you go. Again, definitely take a look at Goalie's video. I'm always going to shout out to people who deserve proper attention as such. He actually has a video to help inform how to correctly scout. Turn 0 tribe, tiny Pangea 1v1. No, we're done. I need to eat, and then after eating, we are going to be working on an animation. So for those who are wanting to watch for spoilers, or just watch how animations and storyboarding get done, feel free to stay in, but I do recommend you at least get up and stretch. I am taking a solid 30-minute break, because I've been live streaming for 3.5 hours, so we're going to take a 30-minute break, and afterwards we're going to work on the animation, because people seem to like the minor animations I did for the previous video, so we're going to be working on more. Thank you all so much, and let me get the counter up, because I need to eat. Let's get this set for... boom. Alright, and when we're back, we'll be working on the animations. See y'all again in a little bit. Alright, well, sure y'all figured out about 10 minutes ago I came back. I'm just in the process of trying to get a thing fixed and working, but I guess I'll try that again some other time. Because I'm really trying to hit another one of my friends is playing Blueprints right now. Okay, but looks like we're going to be doing... Go to the video editing one. We can bring up jump. Template. There we go. There's jump. So those who are currently here, welcome back. We are back. I was trying to get a draw on the screen thing. Help you draw on stream tools like OBS Studio, also known as a... There we go. We're going to try to give this one a shot. Painter 64bits.exe. Let's get that. Right, we'll try this one. And then delete this other one, because this other one, well, it did draw on the screen. I'd have to share the entire screen, and that's not what I'm looking for. So, shame. gonna go ahead and delete that. All right, let's see if I can get this working. Oh. All right, let's... Right, this actually had instructions on what to do. Because, yep, the so far... Tools, independent window to capture. Add window capture in OBS and select the paint apt. Then color key, chroma key. Okay, we could definitely do that. Let me get this. We're going to go back to Polytopia. I actually closed Polytopia. So let me just launch Polytopia really fast. Because if I get this up and running... Right, we're going to add a new source. Window capture. New thing called... Draw on... Stream. Beautiful. We're gonna go ahead, fit to screen. And then I'm gonna hold Alt on this. Because on my end, it's pretty transparent, so... Then I need to add a filter, edit filter. We're going to do a quick chroma key, custom color, this one. Then, why? Close. All right. But if I then do something like this, pen. Oh, this is going to be so much more useful. Just look at this. This is going to make everything so much better. Because then when we're going over to talk about these plays over here... I could then go over here, we wipe. And let's use red. So in other words, because, like, I can still see the game. It's... What's this one do? Oh, I can make it even more transparent for me to make it even easier to see. Fantastic. So, I could do something like, hey, right over here, we're going to be drawing... we'll bring this up a little higher so I can see more of the UI. Like, so in this case, you'd want to go here, follow it on back, secure the kill, and then head back over to here. In order to protect all your units, and then to protect your city, just go back to here. Like, look at this. I can draw all this out. Wipe all that. What would be a better color to use? Black? What's this? Bigger... Ooh, bigger things. Wipe. Oh, yeah. It's not going to do me any good to have the color be... perfectly white. So let's see if I do something like this. Almost. Wipe. Sorry guys, I got a new toy. You know how it is with toys. You want to play with them. Right over here. No, more red. Yeah, something like that. So we can wipe. Click this. Go, okay, go here. Fall back. Go here. Fall back. Go to here. So you got a unit here, here, and here. This makes it to where this zone of control that we currently got going on over here. Staying safely out of it, because remember, everything can be reached from all these over here. The better part is I can also do this like during a live game, so that I can just wipe this, switch back to the game, and then I can continue to play the game. There we go. So I finally got a thing. Okay. Fantastic. We're going to go ahead. We'll keep... All right, good. All that's off. But what we're actually going to do now is go to video editing. And go over to GIMP. Where did I put it? And close this. In fact, we're going to go ahead and delete the background. We don't need a background. In fact, I want a background. It's going to be white. New background. Perfect. No! There you go. Perfect. We'll go ahead and name it background. We're also going to save this. So this is going to be Solaris Story WAD. There we go. So, essentially what we're going to be doing is... I have multiple scenes that I'm going to be having. So we're going to go ahead and add a group. Scene 1, and then we're going to honestly just like duplicate scene 2. And so on and so forth. We'll be making more of these scenes. We're going to be making each of these scenes as quickly as possible. And I'm going to try to get all of my little ideas out, get the text of what I want to be having said, because I'm going to be, of course, having some voice overlay for it. Try to make it as awesome as possible. I plan on working together with Shalone. And so Shallone's going to be in charge of a lot of the audio on this project. And of course, if y'all haven't already, Shalone has made an awesome Polytopia lo-fi playlist. Go ahead and give those pieces a look-see at if y'all haven't already. Because, I mean, right now I'm not playing them. But you know what we can do? Well, I could find them. Lo-fi. There we go. So there we go. There is, and of course Shalone is there. So if you have any questions about his music, we're just going to be playing the Polytopia Lo-Fi playlist. I do want to improve the volume. There we go. Much better. So that way, while I'm sitting here lost in thought going, there's music going on in the background. So I don't know the exact order that I'm going to be doing all these scenes. But of course, here, switch that to black. Hardness needs to be 100% because I don't want, oops, I need a new layer. So, perfect. Because the other goal is I want to make these as good as possible. All right, there is going to be one bit where we're going to be having a hammer striking an anvil, so it's going to be like so. Anvil's going to be kind of like a little flat surface over here. Now, this is not the starting sequence, but this is just one that I'm... Then, of course, it's just going to be... Oops. This is going to be orange and all that, so we're just going to go ahead and get a quick orange. You know, orange from the heat, and then kind of less orange. And maybe like a red kind of thing. Oops. There we go. And of course, yellow. I will be putting a lot more effort into the actual art. But again, we're storyboarding this, trying to make this, get the idea out as quickly as possible. So scene. So with the scene as well, we're going to then add a new layer. It's going to be text layer. Text is going to be something like forge your path to victory. Or something like that. I don't know. Something, you know, something like such of that. And this is just one quick example of, so in fact, it turns out I can just delete this, make this as organized as possible. So this is just one quick little scene where Hammer's going bong, bong, and in my head I'm picturing, and it's gonna be a little harder for me to get the idea, and that's why I'm making the storyboard first, so that way Shalone, with his masterful music making skills, will be able to have a better understanding what we're going with. It's actually around this scene is when some of the audio is going to be replaced with... Let me pause this really fast. We're going to also go back to Polytopia. Switch this back. Tribe music on. You know, something to go along with the tone, and it's just one scene at a time. Each of the audios are going to be switching from like a Kiku music style theme and then slowly going more and more into a Solaris until at the end you've got this Solaris theme playing. So on and so forth. So something like that. Let me switch back to jump. Put the music back on. But yeah, like that's one scene. And let me also add another hammer sound starts playing repeatedly in background. Oops. Interesting. It'll be easier to make it once you see the whole animation, but I have to do a better idea. Yeah, and that's why I'm doing a quick storyboard. All right, so that's a scene. Honestly, this is probably gonna be like scene, I don't know. I'm just gonna guesstimate 7. Let's see. I do also want... Nope, not in there. Let's just do, like, scene... I don't know if it's actually scene 8 or scene 9. I'm just going to put scene 9. So we also can now hide the entire thing of scene 7. We're going to save. This is where... Unfortunately, I'm trying to make sure that I'm not going to spend forever on this project and regret my life decisions. This is where we got the little character that I use. So, and then he's looking like this away. He's got a sword and going swish. You know, something along the sides. But he's also got the cool shield. But also, and we're gonna add another layer. We've got, we're just gonna, let me use orange again really fast. We got like fiery guy. We got this guy with his happy little horns. And he's also feel like angers. And then probably also, like, throw in a more... whatever the thing is. But we also have, like, lava. So let me get red again. Back to scene 9. So in here we got... like... because we know that there is... I know these look like red broccolis right now, but we can easily get what I want to actually have in the full video and whatnot. But add some text as well. This one's gonna be lava sploosh sound effect starts playing repeatedly in background. Boom. Yeah, we're just gonna put this here. And I do also need to click, put an asterisk right there. So yeah, there's just another quick little... So I haven't also figured out everything. Because again, if we go back to the Poly of the Utopias, and so I'm, in my mind, I'm actually picturing that is like a geyser. So again, just another sound effect as the music is going to slowly start transitioning over to that. So in fact, we're actually going to go ahead and put this as scene 10 for now. And so we're going to make a new folder. We're going to also start playing our music again. Scene... I'm just going to put scene 8. I don't think this is actually going to be scene 8, but... if it's not, we'll fix it. Alright. Cover up all of scene 10. So, we're going to have... just the... Ah! There we go. Whatever the eye is. And... because... oops. Control Z. In fact, we can actually... it would be more so like this. And then... we're going to Control Z. I'm just going to use a paint bucket here. And we're going to draw another line. So, just quickie text. Start zoomed in on condor mask eye. You know what? Scene 9. We're going to hide that. We're going to make a new scene. Scene 8. We're also going to go ahead and just quickly... because the mask itself is pretty much like this, but... Control Z. We're just going to... and we're just going to use a little brown. You know, just color this and color this in. And then we're just going to use a gray really fast. So, condor mask. Or in fact, I could just have it as just a closed eye. Because I kind of just say, I don't care. So, eyeball starts off closed. And then... condor mask eye starts off closed, then opens. So there we go. In this case, we're then to go ahead and go for that, which then opens up. No. No. Alright, that. And then close. Go away. Boom. Condor. Eye opens. Then zooms out to full body. Swinging sword to defend self. Boom. And then we're also going to go ahead and just put an asterisk. Like that. In other words, we are... whatever, scene 1, scene 7, striking the hammer, eye opens, goes over to this defending kind of position, kind of surrounded with the geysers playing. So, you know, it's something cool like that, hopefully. We're pretending it's cool. But I also need to figure out the rest of the scene. So I wanted to start off just happy Kiku-y. So scene 1 for Kiku is we have... ah, no, stop, no, stop, stop. Okay, perfect. We're gonna... nope. Open. All right. Why? What is going on? All right, layer 6. The active layer is not visible. It's because this wasn't visible over here. All right, so we kind of just have... that. We're gonna also have trees, because we're kind of hiding the whole... Tree, 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 tree. No, not there. I want it like here. And then tree, tree. Boom. And then we're gonna have another tree. Another tree. And then, like, bushes and whatnot, and then just more trees. So, a whole bunch of trees. Pretty much, we're kind of blocking the view somewhat. Trees swaying in wind, granting vague vision of volcano. Oops, we need to... Kiku instruments are playing the Solaris theme. Ah! Solaris theme. Seems happy. Alright. We're gonna get into save. We're actually gonna duplicate this entire layer. Bring it down 1. Scene 2. Because we're literally just gonna go ahead and delete this layer. I'm gonna hide scene 1. Save again. And then we're gonna have... I forgot how exactly it looks. Let's find Kiku really fast. Aha! Boom. Shadow appears. I don't know what text I'm going to be saying yet, but essentially a shadow appears for scene 2. Right over there. We're then going to go ahead and create a brand new scene. I say scene. We're just making a new folder. Scene 3. So it starts off happy, kind of playing Kikui music, you know, just the whole... Where are we looking for? But trying to use somewhat the same instruments, but we're playing it in the Solaris thing. You know, just something happy. Something like that. So, we'll go and bring the lo-fi back. And what am I looking for? Next is... It's a beautiful day outside. It really looks like a beautiful day outside. Alrighty, what was I doing? Alright, so scene 1, trees are swinging and granting a vague vision of the volcano. Kiku instruments are playing, the Solaris theme seems happy. Shadow emerges. Alright, scene 3. Honestly, this would probably be great for me to set up as a PowerPoint in the end. Sounds like effort. What I need is a new layer. I don't know what layer number this is. Ooh, we're already on layer number 10. Wrong. Alright, so boom. You know what? I want to have it kind of... He's looking up. Of course we know that he's gonna... For some reason, he's angry. Why? I don't know, but he is angry. Look at that angry face. Angry. Also, wearing Kiku stuff has... that. And... absolutely fabulous long hair. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Look at that. He angry. And we're just going to be reusing another one of those trees. Just... another tree in the background as he's looking up. And then, like I said, there are going to be more. Scene 4. So we're going to be having 2 happy Kikus. Look at this guy. He's going to be happy. Ah! All right. New layer. Fantastic. These guys are going to be happy. They're dancing. Look at this. They are happy. And he's dancing. His foot's up in the air. Yeah, look at that. He happy. Also happy. Look at that. They so happy. Dancing. And it's literally just gonna... I'm not gonna be making 2 separate copies of this. Make sure somebody clip this, so that way when I lie... and I make 2 completely separate copies of this. And remember, these are 2 more Kikus, so we're just gonna go ahead and put the little bandana. This guy's got beautiful wavy hair. Beautiful wavy... oh, they're already different. Right over here. Let's see. Then after that, we're going to go ahead and duplicate this layer. Put it below. Fantastic. Like I said, scene 7 is probably not right. Save. And we're going to hide this one. Add a brand new layer. So, again, he Kiku, he anger, and he's just walking right through between the 2 of them. Look at that. He's walking. He's walking. Oh, his feet are big. That's probably why he's angry. He walking. Grumble, grumble. Grumble, grumble. Save. So yeah, they're dancing, they're happy, going, yay, 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 yay! In fact, we're gonna review this one and this layer. We're actually gonna go ahead and just transform and flip it horizontally. Look at that. That way it looks like they're dancing differently, you know, between these 2 scenes. Like, yay! And then they're still dancing, yay! And then he's just walking on by. He's angry. And probably just mentioning something. This is supposed to be more like he's mentioning that, hey, the world is, the whole cube is a terrible place and everyone's mistreated. And they're just sitting there all happy, and it's really just this one guy. Then we're going to go ahead and add a brand new layer. Now, what I want to look at really fast is if there's any, like, cool artifacts or something from the Solaris skin. So I'm going to quickly... What I'm going to do... Is there an actual announcement date? Will the Polytopians survive the onslaught? That's your time with the Solaris. Are released on April 29th. Wait, does that mean everybody has? There is a war raging for eternity that destroyed countless worlds, a conflict between two powerful foes, both hell-bent on wiping out the other. That war made its way to Sphere when the nefarious Gami first made contact with the Polaris. But now the diabolical Rami have tracked down their icy nemesis and hope to take the square for themselves. The Rami made their entrance underground and burst forth like a volcano, subjugating nearby Polytopians, the Solaris shackling them with the magic of fire and ash. With legions of followers at the ready, the Rami planned to turn the square into a pile of cinders, just like every other world they've touched. Introducing... Alright, much like the Polaris, Solaris, water, lastly, okay, just so a little bit of lore. In other words, it's the same thing. It's the... Technically, by the lore, it's the Game. Hi, beating Justini. Oh, okay, nice. So by lore, it's the Gami that Illyrion Mir. Right. I wonder if there's a news announcement thing I can look at. Let's see. I mean, we also have the Gami. Where is it? Just apparent here. How do I want to do this? Because, yeah, trees, shadow, he angry, and then they're dancing, he's unhappy. I want him to find a thing. He finds, like, an object that kind of just goes, "Go to the volcano!" or something. So I'm trying to figure out, like, if there's any, like, little orb thing or something that they may have, but I'm not seeing anything at the current moment. I'm not really seeing anything. So what else would we say is going to draw this one Polytopia into the volcano? Because I want him to go to a stone statue. Could be a stone statue. Or maybe he sees the giant lizard. A talking Gami skull without a Gami. Could be. It could be a Gami skull. You're like, go to the mountain. So I'm trying to think what would be funnier. Because don't forget, I have to re-watch whatever I work on over and over and over again. And my typical thing when it comes to my videos or animations or stuff, like with the introduction, the new player experience to Polytopia, is when I'm having to re-watch, you know that one scene where the hexapods are absolutely destroying all the other normal Polytopian tribes, and the hexapods are dancing. I had to rewatch that scene like maybe almost 100 times just to make sure everything was put together right. So, but if I get to the point where I'm making this thing and I'm going, this is not funny enough, or this is not entertaining enough, then it's not what I'm looking for. So it could be... It could be instead of an angry Polytopian, it could be a happy one, and then he sees this animal and chases after it, and it chases him up to the volcano. Now, also, when I'm saying chase, like, you're not going to suddenly start getting some form of, like, Pixar quality chase. I got to make sure that this chase is simple enough for me to make within a reasonable amount of time. I guarantee you, if this project goes on longer for a month and a half, I'm gonna lose focus on it, and then the project dies. So I'm trying my best I can to avoid it. So I could do a Gami skull. I could. I make animations as well, and it's funny to have to watch the scene 1,000 times before anyone else sees it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the tricky part. What's giving me an announcement? Nope, I don't need an announcement from that. The unfortunate life as an animator. So I'm not seeing anything that's saying, hey, make this thing. Over and over and over again. Because I want this animation to be cool, but like I said, you're not getting like some high quality. I'm not going to be downloading, like, I'm not downloading, what is it? I think it's Blender, and reteaching myself 3D animations. No, I'm going to do this as a 2D animation to keep consistent with my stuff. Because even though, like, I can do a 3D animation, it takes so much extra time. Unless you already have all the models. I make a Gami that comes out of the volcano when he comes in. Oh, don't worry, that's the plan. I'm starting to think that I want him to chase after the gecko, which means he's not really... I mean, he could still be an angry Polytopian, but... Yeah, I use Blender, but 2D is its own beast. Both methods have their pros and cons. Yeah, they really do. They really do have their individual pros and cons. So... Congratulations, Sparky. So maybe he's not unhappy. The more I think about it, maybe he's not unhappy. Because I don't see a reason why he would be unhappy here. So we're just going to go ahead and fix him to be... Yay. He's happy. I don't know. Probably fine. Alright. But... we're also gonna fix... pretty much this. Can I get away with just swapping the smile out? instead of having to draw the entire face. Yeah, good enough. Alright, good. He happy. Alright, dancing. In fact, he's gonna be walking through. He's all happy. Gecko just running across the screen. Yeah, I actually, so the next part probably is going to be, we're going to duplicate this layer, bring this down. This is going to be scene 6. Boom. We're going to go and delete this layer. We're just going to put 700 here. 700, fantastic. 800, even though these are literally right after the other. 1,000, woohoo! Save. Gecko sticking to the fourth wall. Alright, but on this one, we are actually going to erase his face this time. But I believe the turn 2-star ruin had nothing to do with it. Yeah. Alrighty. So he looks over there because in a bush over here, Russell. With a asterisk right here. So, whatever text I'm going to be having them say during this little bit. Russell. Muscle. New. Need a new layer. Boom. We're gonna save again. You can never save too often. Alright, we got 2 bushes right over here. And boom. There we go. This is scene 7. Boom. We're going to go ahead and immediately make scene 8. Again, we're just trying to make as quick of a rough draft as we possibly can. Alright, scene 8. We're going to go ahead. Forgot to add a new layer. Alright, boom. It's an inverted bush, apparently. And you now have a gecko. And he's just making the dumbest little gecko face. Look at this. Like, it's got a little... with a smile. And just to clarify, he purple. Boom. Purple. Alright, gecko. And so there we go. Parts the bush open, and there's a gecko. which we will then duplicate this layer yet again. Scene 9. And the tree's not staying, by the way, between these layers, so go ahead and switch that to that. And then kind of just... I guess bigger eyes, sparkly or whatever. There you go. Better. Look at that. Emotions! Alright, next, duplicate this layer yet again. Scene 10. Boom. Scene 10. Erase this. Notice we're keep reusing the same character at the same angle. Now we can zoom in, zoom out with the character, have them on a slightly different portion of the screen, but I don't want to be remaking stuff over and over and over again. And then that. And let's grab purple. And we're also going to go ahead and add Yoshi Nom sound. Needs to be just regular black. Why? No. There you go. Yoshi Nom sound. There you go. So this gives him an excuse as to why he needs to go and chase after this thing. Sorry, I'm kind of picturing what I want to follow up with a little bit later on. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to duplicate scene 9. And this is going to be scene 11. Again, we're going to kind of just erase all of this. You know what? Maybe I can get away with just doing this. Oh, look at that. Using our resources even better. Control-Shift-A, deselects. Now he angry. Look at that. He angry. Oh, and he's missing a feather. Boom. All right, so there we go. We have our little sketch. So everything is all happy, and then you get to see that he's having a great time. Everybody's dancing, and then he hears a rustle in the bush. By putting open the bush, you see a little gecko, and the gecko, he's like, oh, that's a weird little thing. And then, And they're like, hey, you stole my little feather thingy. All right, cool. Next, we're going to be going ahead and adding ourselves a brand new layer. Scene 12. This could also be a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe at the end it would be better for me to have this as a PowerPoint presentation. But, I'm sorry, there's an obnoxious neighbor outside in the apartment parking lot blasting their music at full blast. Alrighty. I might need to get up and stretch again. I'm getting abnormally tired. Can't hear it at all. It went away. But I was just seeing it get picked up on the microphone. And all it was just a brrrr. Alrighty. So he's anger. So that leads to him jumping up and going, hey, oops. Oh, we're using the eraser. He just jumps up and go, hey. And we're also going to add a new layer. Like a big giant bush over here. And then like a tree here. Another bush over here. So the idea is as soon as I can, I want to hide his little running animation. Because I don't want to have to spend too long on him going... Oh yeah, and Gecko is... Gecko over... And we're just gonna paint bucket the inside of this. Purple. Look at that, he purple. And we're gonna get another tree. I did not want that to still be purple. We're gonna go and add like another tree like right over here. And then just... But also... Volcano. Look at that. Volcano's still hiding in the background. And more trees, of course. So we go, hey, that was nice. And then he goes to, we're going to go and duplicate this. Duplicate layer. $13, boom. Gecko, gone. Oops, we'll hide this layer too. All right, but Gecko, gone. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale this. Not cage. Scale. Look at that. He's definitely chasing after it. But also... Control Z. Boom. It's chasing after it, and the volcano is more and more in sight. Did the gecko eat the feather, or is it still on his tongue like a blep? It's on his tongue like a blep. What? We're gonna also go ahead and duplicate this layer again. Definitely still has it. There's no way he would not still have it. Boop, boop. This doesn't help at all. Volcano. Nope, not this one. This one, the one I'm actually grabbing. Boom, much better. Alright, so he goes, hey, that wasn't nice. And then the gecko starts to run, and then everything goes down, and then the focus is on the volcano. Honestly, so this is all the biggest ideas I had, so now I'm just trying to focus the story into its conclusion. So yeah, the biggest downside is because I keep going like, would 3D be better? But like, nah, I'm not making the trees and all that. Nah, that I don't got time for that. 2D animation would be better for what I am trying to do. I'm gonna try to call this quits in about an hour. I am zoning out quite a bit, so I want to try to finish. All right, so start off with the tree swaying and all that. Shadow crosses in, and it's our happy little guy. Everybody's dancing. He's walking across in front. Bushes rustle, and then that's when he parts the bushes and sees a gecko. And he's like, huh, what's this? And I go, lamb. He goes, hey, you stole my little feather thing. Give that back here, you know, and chases after it. But it's all animations, because you just have the voiceover or something like that. Zoom in on the volcano. Absolute cinema. Salmon. But, volcano vomits up a lot of feathers. Probably not that, but we're on the right track. So, I don't know how far we're going to be skipping, but for now, we're just going to go here, add a new folder. We're just gonna put scene 15 for now. You know what we're also gonna do? We're not gonna just group them together. All right. So in here, we're gonna go ahead and add a new layer. You know what? I'm gonna listen, because part of this is I'm wanting the background audio. Remember, we're starting off. It's going to be starting off with a happy. So what instruments do we have? Now, anybody who's actually remade the Kiku theme would be able to tell me all the instruments we have, but let's try to analyze it. So, of course, we have like a xylophone, essentially, or a xylophone-esque kind of instrument. We have a drum. We have a string because we got the, but we also got the dow 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 sound to it. The marimba, but meaty. Of course, it is meaty. We also have a, not a cowbell, but like a little wooden instrument as well. A marimba, okay. But essentially, we also I'm hearing at least 4 different instruments. It is a very meaty-ish bass line. Of course, it's definitely going to be a meaty, because all of these are supposed to sound like a video game kind of soundtrack. But so we got the marimba, however we're supposed to pronounce that. It sounds like we have some form of string. Of course, we got a drum, but we've also got a wooden instrument just going donk, 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 donk. I think those are the 4 bass ones that we're hearing there. But I want basically those 4-ish kind of instruments to be playing the Solaris theme. And then certain segments of the animation, some of the sound starts to shift over to the Solaris theme. So we've got the geyser. We've got the drum, of course. A different drum, but it's still a drum. So geyser, drum. We've got the like the chimes or whatever. You see the big difference between Solaris Kiku is that, yeah, there's massive differences. So we could actually end up having a 5th. We can because in the end, if we're making our own, we can have our own like waves in the background for, and then the waves get shifted over to the geyser sound. The Kiku has one very clear melody reminding us of a cartoon movie, possibly. Solaris does not have a melody. It kind of does. So we're going to be looking at like 4 to 5 different segments where the music shifts to the Solaris theme, and then at the end it'd be its new, like, reforged Solaris theme. It's part of more of a harmony pad kind of thing. Yeah, possibly. Back to the music. So let me go back. So we're gonna go ahead and have our entranceway, I guess. I don't see a reason why not to. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. And one way to do it is to let the Shape of the Kiku melody play on top of the Solaris chords. We're gonna have... We're gonna fix this so that way it's a little less potentially provocative. Shift. There we go. So we got that. We're gonna add a new layer. And what am I looking for? Purple, right over here. We're gonna just draw. And there, fill that in. Perfect, we'll save. Want to let the Shape of the Kiku melody. I mean, possibly. It's... I would love to see, or try to see what a reforged like Solaris theme with Kiku instruments, because clearly the first ones that the Solaris tribe, the Rami, took over based on the trees was either Kiku or Omaji, but because of the abundance of trees and lack of oases or like little lava pools or obsidian pools inside of it, I'm assuming lore-wise it's Kiku is the first tribe that the Rami essentially took over. So scene 15, we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to duplicate this layer. Of course, I don't have a music degree. I have a degree in game design, but fortunately, a lot of my degree was years of working on animations, not as much coding as I would have wanted. So that's why for me, it's a lousy degree in basket weaving, but we're going to make the most of it. We're going to use our skills. Plus, I'm finding this fun. So we're doing this for fun, and I want to share these sort of ideas. No, not that. I want the layer transform. Right, where is it? Right over there, horizontally. Beautiful. All right, the tails. We got the gecko tail. It's kind of just wagging. You know, it's a happy little gecko. So Solaris theme with Kiku instrument can work. The transition needs to some small alteration. Yeah, so some bits of it may be a where I just, because I mean I could do video editing of just slowly raise the volume of one as I lower the other one, whereas other ones would be as soon as it shifts over to the hammer striking, because I'm at least picturing in my head, especially with some of the Kiku instruments, just having a hammer striking, just you know, as it replaces, when it replaces the Kiku sound, and like the sound of metalworking. All right, so we got a gecko with a wagging tail, and we're going to be adding a brand new layer into here, just so that way we can quickly add our happy little, or not so happy, little Polytopian in here. And he's got his little hat. And you know what? That actually ended up working out pretty swell right there. All right, hide that. So essentially, he's chasing. We get to the cave. He chases the little gecko. Gecko has a happy little wagging tail. Let's make it as cute as possible. And then scene 17. Boom. Go ahead. definitely want to have this gecko wagging its tail. Of... Now, I'm trying to think, what would be a better shot? A side view shot or a first view shot of... You know what? We're doing... So, entrance here. Because what's thing other than, you know, like, direct representation to, like, Lord of the Rings. But it's just creeping forward, trying to get to, like, bing, bing. Control Z. No, I want... And then one feather. And then, of course, we have our happy little gecko. Gecko! He's got a wagging tail. Swish. Look at that. How could you possibly hate this gecko stealing your feather off your head? Oh, and of course he's got the feather. Cancel. Right, new scene. Alright, next, it's gonna be... need a layer in here to add. Nope. Alright, so there's the ground. There's that. Sneaking forward, kind of just tiptoeing, because he's being very careful, because you wouldn't want anything to go wrong in here, would you? No, 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 absolutely not. Alright, we're going to add our little gecko. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. And of course, gecko's tail is still just absolutely wagging back and forth. Just... wag, wag, wag. Right over here. Right over here. Big ol' eyeballs. And we're just going to draw it in red really fast. But he's got the feather still. You know, wagging tail. Wag, 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 wag. Tail wagging like a playful puppy. What do you have in your mouth? Spit that out. All right, but yeah, so tail wagging, and we're gonna go ahead and duplicate this entire layer. You know what? We're going to go ahead and delete all these layers. Delete, delete, delete. We're just going to redraw it. Right. So right over here. Then... And then kind of just... or like... that. In fact, he's now sitting. Look at that. So sit. And he's wagging. Wag, wag, wag. Look at that. He's all happy. He's got a feather, and he's all the way over there. Wag, wag, wag. Wag, wag, wag. Oops. Forgot to move this. And this is scene 19 for now. Boom. So yeah. Chases him all the way up to the volcano. Maybe there's something that goes on between there and then. And then he gets to the volcano, wagging tail. And then look at that. Walking in forward, and you just see Lizard, he's just wagging his tail like a playful puppy, has his little tongue out, creeping up, kind of worried. And what's the best thing you could do in this exact situation? What is the best thing you could possibly do in this exact situation that every sane person would do when a big giant lizard has stolen your feather off top of your head and ran into a volcano? That's right. You jump after it. Ah! Not moving. And then we're just gonna... big eye. Ah! As he tries to jump after it, and... misses completely with his one feather. It's sort of like a cat jumping from, it's one of those little like green cucumber thingy or whatever it is. Broom. Spring. And then it goes, whee! Look at that. Even gives a shrug in the middle of the air or something. I don't know. But yeah, so what do? That's right, you jump after it, and it jumps right over you. So what would be the next appropriate thing to follow up with is because jumps into the volcano. Do we just have, I don't know, first iteration gonna just be the whole ah? Look at that, he's scared. Bigger hand as it's trying to reach up, smaller hand, and then kind of 2 feet. Look at that. And And feather. Falls into the pool. Bubble, bubble, toil, trouble. Scene 21, boom. Scene 22. And of course, we are required to have the let's see, because it would be pretty much like new layer. Go and save again. And the lizard kind of just pokes his head over. As he watches them plummet. Whee! There you go. But that is not the end of him. Because he falls. How could you do this to me? Alright, next. Oh, and then fades to black. You know what? We'll make this easy. We're just gonna do boom. And then text. Fades to black. Much better. Perfect. Oh, you know what? We're going to duplicate this. Duplicate layer. This goes beneath. Scene 23. Brrr. Boom, boom. But this one is now, of course, going to be a lot smaller. Scale. Boom. Scene 24. And then this would immediately be scene 25. So fades to black. And then the screen is re-illuminated with the hammer sound starts playing repeatedly in the background. Forge a path to victory, or whatever the heck it's going to be saying at this point for the voice overlay. And so, yeah, because this is not going to be immediately scene 25. Because I do want to have a Kiku town overrun by flames. Not pyros, flames. Because if we remember, so we go back to the Polytopia scene. Um... You know what's even funnier? I did not set this to Kiku, but we're playing against a Kiku. Workshop. Earlier, learned not to play too aggressively against AIs and whatnot. Or just as Polaris. I need to conserve. Time to pull back. Resources. $13. Nice. Boom. All right, how are we doing this? Like so, I guess. I mean, the whole purpose is for me to show off the, Like, okay, look at this. Look at these little guys. Flames! It's just fire with eyeballs and a headband. Yeah, so these are flames that are overrunning a town. So I definitely want to include flames as part of it, because they just go... Because it's fire, right? Makes perfect sense. So I do at some point want fire to just appear in the town. So maybe the next scene does involve... a Kiku town overrun with fire. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and add scene 26, maybe? Something like such. I need to add a layer before I can draw. Alright, much better. Right, I'm trying to remember. Oh, I need to go back to video editing. So it starts off kind of lower as you've got a Polytopian going, ah! And he's kind of just screaming. Kiku as well. Wee, wee! New layer. Scene 27. Boom. So we go from kind of offset to mostly focused on. Let's go ahead and bring this up. Oops. Then we're going to go ahead and add a new layer. It's Mr. Crazy. Ah! With his Kikui headband and everything. Still got 2 feathers. Perfect. And a fire guy is... Oh, hold on. You know what? I got a better idea. Why don't we use Orang? Right? Perfect. We got an Orang spot. Scene 28. Boom. Try to make this as simple as possible, while still making it interesting, because this is going to still take a bit. Because if each of these things that I'm going to be creating and animating is going to take me 4-ish hours, the more of these I have, like right now, I have a lot of stuff that I could be reusing assets on, which would be better for me because of my limited time, availability, and skill set. So we're gonna go ahead and draw, and then we've got our fire guy. And then, of course, he's kind of just bursting in. I'll be all like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just giving him the oh, yeah arms for the Kool-Aid Man just to be funny, but he's not actually going to have that. A good rule of thumb, every minute of animation takes about 10 hours. Every minute, yeah. Every minute of video editing takes about 1 hour. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. But you also got to remember the general rule of thumb that If you don't know what you're doing, it's going to take 3 times as long. If you do know what you're doing, it's only going to take twice as long. But yeah, so we go from clang, clang, clang to the fires are erupting across not a Polaris, a Kiku village. Then like notice I'm just writing up a storyboard. I've been doing this for almost 2 full hours. And this is just the planning phase of like, okay, here's the general idea of what I'm going to be doing. So this one, we are again pretty much fading to black. We've got a figure kind of arched over. And I just made a 4-minute video about the PAL conclave over the... It took me 3 days. Yeah. And remember, you probably have currently a lot of experience. I'm going from... Yeah, I haven't done any of this stuff in like 7 years. And the last time y'all saw me do animation, I had to reteach myself all that stuff. So... we're going to go ahead and bucket fill all of this. Again, we've got... No! Where just strikes are constantly illuminating it and just, making like an orange gradient go psh, psh. And of course, I can easily make sparks. There is some stuff that's not going to take that much time at all. Like, you know, just making sparks from an anvil going psh, psh, psh. So then it cuts to this guy back again in the Cave of Darkness on whatever. Because notice, like, hammer playing, and then panic, and then back to the cave, and then will those rise to face? Will you rise to challenge or whatever? Will you be the ones to rise to the challenge? I don't know. I don't know if that's actually what's going to be said, but we're also going to go ahead and just put this up here. That way we know like what that is. So, you know, then eyeball goes to character fighting against all the heat stuff. Yeah, that looks good. Scene 29. Scene 30. Scene 31. Scene 32. But I really want to have... may need to be finding us stopping place soon. We're making a good progress of, you know, starting off with a happy little thing, and then it goes over to a happy little guy. Everybody's singing and dancing, when suddenly something catches his attention. It's a little gecko. It's like, oh, that's crazy little gecko. Steals his little feather band. You're like, hey, I'm now angry. So then angrily he chases after the lizard to let him know that he's angry as it focuses on that. Gecko is very happy, like a dog playing fetch. I'm not making a big, massive chase sequence. And then he does, you know, what all smart people would do. He immediately jumps and dives into it, but then it jumps over like a cat going, no, and like, oh, could you have betrayed me? You know, no, I got your little feather thing, haha, and then fades to black, and then Hammer is playing, and then everybody's panicking now because fires are unleashed upon the town, and then it goes back to a guy swinging his hammer going, dong, dong, dong. And then after that goes for like more people are standing up to rise to the challenge or whatever the heck, whatever. I can see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Shalom probably will know more about it. I have a tune in my head, but I can't get the stuff from my head into whatever. And I'm not gonna reteach myself audio engineering. That's not something that really interests me. But I need to... Nope, not there. There. Scene 33. So we're gonna not the moving tool, because basically we all know that these shields are also big giant it's a welder mask. Also, these look pretty sus. Nope. And then we're also going to have taped onto this thing a little feather. Spoilers. And then I also need to add a new layer into here as the welding mask is set down. I'm gonna go ahead and but it's probably gonna be dark to try to make it as dark as possible to see it, the little feather. I don't know. And so he sets the welding mask down. Because also, they've got spears. What's the next scene? Here, let me clarify in this one. Welding mask is set down. Feather hard to see. Sweat set down. Oh my goodness. That's how tired I am. Basically, I have been... I mean, the live stream timer is 6 hours pretty much right now. So... It's also time for me to, like, get up and stretch some more, but when I get up next time, we're done. We're gonna add a new layer into the scene. 34. This one also could be... You know what? Scene 33 is probably too soon. Yeah, I'm spacing out more and more. It's time to be done. I need... Orang. New layer. So, this is not him panicking or anything in the lava pool. This is him actually looking at himself. In fact, we're going to add orang eyes. Nope. Maybe. Just a little like that. And we're going to go ahead and add the text. Character. Looking at his hands. No sign of panic. Yeah. This one needs to be seen 33. This one needs to be seen 34. This one still needs to be seen 33. Not a copy of it. So basically, the hammers, will there be those who rise to the challenge? Character looking at his hands, no sign of panic. Welding mask is set down, feather is hard to see. No, still too soon. Too soon. You summon me too soon, Executus. Alright, scene. I'm going to put 36, just in case. Scene 34. And inside scene 34, we're going to add another layer. Again, we're going to add lava. We love lava. In fact, look at that. It's so happy. And then I need this to be where he suddenly becomes tiny. Then duplicate layer. Five. Something rises. I forgot what it's actually supposed to look like. But if this also helps, moo. We need to and it's also got a little orange ring because they do they I'm also gonna add supposed to be menacing. That's when we get to scene 36, where the welding mask is set down. Scene 37. So again, I'm gonna need boom. All right, and then boom. And we have our two dark people and a whole bunch of other, like, little people. And then you just have this one, these all the way over here, like person, you know, for fiery stuff. Like, boom, a whole bunch of fiery people. Whoa, don't forget, it's got a big giant nose ring. Also, and this guy lifts up the thing that he just finished working on, which is a spear, which is also still kind of orange. And then we're gonna make a new scene. Scene 38. Boom. Inside scene 38, we got not as big. Person, maybe a little smaller. Oh. I forgot how big it's supposed to actually be. But, and we also got his 1 foot over here. We've got his silly little shield. Oops. Got sus. Then Zooms out. And writing. The, little gecko thingy. Super menacing. Probably has the big giant scary guy in the background as well. Let's get that still big scary guy in the background and all that. With the moo moo nose ring. Nose ring. There, isn't that perfect? Like a little, sort of like a little trailer, All right, duplicate layer, but we gotta do one more. We're gonna rename this one 39, 38, save. We're gonna fix this one. No. Oh, wait, I know why, because that. If I need to draw the head, I will. In fact, we will. We're just gonna... Deleted. Alright. Draw, Control, Shift A. Look at that. All right. So it goes to that, and then it goes to this. Then we're going to duplicate this. Let's fix this to be scene number 40 first. Alrighty. And then... on the gecko, he goes, blah. And he's got a little feather. There you go. So basically, that's the entire thing. 40 scenes. Alrighty. But yeah, so... trees swaying in the winds, gradually vague vision of the volcano. Kiku instruments are playing. The Solaris theme seems happy. And then that's when we get our figure. And he's like, hey, look at that. Everybody's happy. Everyone's dancing. Rustle, rustle. And then you get, blah, it's a little gecko. Yeah, that's really a little strange. I've never seen that before. Nom! He steals the feather. How dare ye! Chases him all the way into the volcano. Probably shouldn't do that. And it's wagging its tail at the entrance as he enters into the volcano. And then walking across this really narrow thing. That's something you definitely should be doing because he stole your feather and you can't get more. Wagging his tail like a little puppy. Tail's just wagging, wag, wag, wag. And what you do? Jumps for it, and Gecko, just like a cat, just jumps right over it. And you're like, ah, no! And the Gecko's like, ah, bye, I got your little feather, ha 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 ha. No! Fades to black, and then boom, hammers are going off. Kiku people are starting to panic as fires are starting to spread everywhere. Grr, oh yeah, man. Hammer away, still the figure is very much darkened, and then it starts to show like, hey, people are rising up to the challenge. And then you see this figure, he's kind of just swimming in a pool of lava, but he's not in a panic. He's kind of more like a, what am I? And then it pans on over, and then something else rises. It's a giant cow! And it goes, moo. Supposed to be menacing. Then welding mask, you hear like one more ting, and then welding mask is put down, feather is taped to it. And then after that, wields the hammer, brings on and over, and, add a little feather. Add a little feather to that. And he's also got his spear still in there. I'm not drawing the spear. I'm tired. And then the gecko turns around, looks back, and we can't forget about the little feather that I'm now redrawing again a second time. Look, feather's still there. And then after that, gecko also has his own little feather. And then I guess he sticks it on it. You know what? One more scene. We're doing one more scene. All right. Then after that, we're also going to duplicate layer. We're going to put the copy below scene 40. 41. Boom. And the gecko puts the feather in his head. And then technically one last final scene. It's literally just going to be that. $500 scale. There you go. Probably could also do a little bit more to add like something with the mine carts, but for almost 3 hours of planning and stuff like that, kind of tired. That, and it's already going to be quite a bit. But there you go. So that's essentially the whole entire thing. And then the lizard goes, you know, right over there. So looks over, turns around, sticks out his tongue, still has the feather in it, and then sticks the feather in his hair. But this guy is now one of the lava people, and then da-da-dum, boom, ba-da-dum. Hold on. All right. It probably wouldn't hurt to add in more scenes. But today we're done. This is just a quick getting my idea out of my brain onto a paper. I'm not super happy with like this little segment right over here. I definitely want to get that fixed. I do want it basically known that the character that fell into the lava, this is him. And then the big giant moo cow, the Ralmi, comes out and we're like, "Ah, you serve me now." And then that this guy that was forging the hammer was actually our same guy. He has the feather, and then, you know, finished off with the lizard sticking the feather in his head. So there you go. That's essentially yeah, this is gonna probably take me a solid month. Maybe 2 months, because I still am gonna keep playing blueprints. In fact, after this, I'm gonna do something else, and if there's nothing else in like 3-ish hours, I'm gonna play a little bit more blueprints because I want to finish that. But can Gecko steal the feather again at the? I mean, maybe. Because Because I could definitely picture in my head him stealing it again, the guy going, "Hey, don't steal that, that's mine!" Because like, that would definitely bring it to life a little bit more. I'm trying to reduce how much animating I gotta do, because first I gotta draw all the art. And even though I'm doing this as simplified, you know, square-based art to try to match the other art styles I've got, you know, like that I've been making here. But still, this thing took weeks to make. Now, it's not going to have as much little details. Who are we kidding? Yes, it is. Gosh, we're going to be looking at a long time until I get this done. If we put a small scar on the main character, it's easier to maintain consistency as far as storyline. That is a good idea as well. We could definitely add some form of a scar or something. That is easy to go, this is the same character. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at. So, got the shield. There should probably be a scene with mine carts or something. Because that's really the last thing. I'm not making the ice I'm not going to be making the ice fortress. I'm trying to think. I guess the last question is where's the last transition for the music going to be? He gets on the minecart to catch the gecko and accidentally rides it off into the volcano. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. That is an interesting idea. I will write a mental note, but not on this notepad. This notepad's got a billion notes for something else. Where am I going to write down this note? All right, we're going to... Oops. Instead of walking in, maybe jump into mine cart, which rides into the volcano instead. I like that idea. Instead of walking in. Yeah, so we would definitely have to have a scene of... That actually is probably not... That's a pretty good idea. I like that a lot better. Where Gecko runs past, he goes, okay, I'm tired of running, jumps in the minecart instead, because that actually makes perfect sense. As well. A lot more sense than just jumping in. But the Gecko could still jump right over. That would make sense. And... yeah. But as for now, I'm tired. I've been streaming for, not including the less than a half-hour lunch break, we've actually been streaming for pretty much a solid 6 hours, which means I've been sitting here for basically 6 hours. And I'm getting restless, so it's time to be done. But that was actually a really good idea. Thank you for that, Hurry Poyo. Very much appreciated. But there we go. So that will have to be fixed and adjusted. Oh yeah. All right. I think that's good. So with that, I will then be saying, that's going to be fun to make. Hopefully it doesn't take forever. We'll see. There's a good chance that I'm going to be working probably the next 2 months on this, so... I know I'm already feeling it. I'm not going to be focused on it the 100%, so there's a good chance that this is going to be a 3-month project just to get made. But hopefully it's really, really cool. Builds up a lot of hype for Solaris. And at the end, it should be a lot of fun. So thank you all so much for tuning on in. Hope you all had fun. Hope you enjoyed the Solaris games. I'm sorry I'm bad at Solaris. I really am sorry I'm bad at Solaris. But yeah, we'll see you guys again next time. I still need to finish this art piece.